morning from the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas. I'm Courtney Beasley. We're bringing you live coverage today of the first in a series of spacewalks to complete upgrades to the power system on the International Space Station. You're looking live inside the station's Quest airlock, where two veteran NASA astronauts, ISS Commander Cassidy on your right, wearing the suit bearing the red stripes, and NASA flight engineer Bob Behnken on your left, wearing the suit with no stripes. 1 month into his mission that begun with his launch on the Crew Dragon spacecraft on May 30th. Both suited up, ready to begin procedures today to complete those upgrades. Just leaving your field of view on the left was NASA astronaut Doug Hurley, and he is serving as the crew's suit-up lead today. The spacewalkers will be removing existing nickel-hydrogen batteries and replacing them with new lithium-ion batteries that arrived on a Japanese cargo ship in May. The batteries store electricity for one pair of the station's solar arrays, and the swap will upgrade the station's power supply capability. The batteries will store power generated by the station's solar arrays to provide power to the microgravity laboratory when the station is not in sunlight as it circles Earth during orbital night. The spacewalk today marks the 228th spacewalk in support of International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, and the first spacewalk for Expedition 63. This will be the 7th spacewalk for Station Commander Cassidy. His 6 previous spacewalks bring his total time to 31 hours and 14 minutes. The spacewalk today will also be the 7th for NASA astronaut Bob Behnken. His previous 6 spacewalks bring his career total time to 37 hours and 33 minutes. Back in the airlock, you've been looking live into the equipment lock section of the Quest airlock, where the crew is suited up, running through some final procedures before venturing out into the vacuum of space this morning. NASA astronaut Doug Hurley on your left is the crew's suit-up lead today, backed up by Russian cosmonaut Ivan Wagner. You can see Cassidy on the right of your screen. He is designated as EV1 today, or Extravehicular Crew Member Number 1, wearing the suit bearing the red stripes, which you can see on his legs at the bottom right side of your screen. And on your left, Bob Behnken, who is designated as EV2 today, or Extravehicular Crew Member Number 2, wearing the suit with no stripes.
3, 2, 1. Begin exercise. And that's the 10th cycle. This will be our last cycle.
The two will be making their way to the far starboard truss of the International Space Station both today and again next Wednesday, July 1st, to replace aging nickel-hydrogen batteries on the first of two power channels for the S6 truss with new lithium-ion batteries and their associated adapter plates. Again, the batteries store power collected from the main solar arrays and distribute it throughout the station. The new lithium-ion batteries that will be involved in the spacewalks today and next Wednesday, and again in the mid-July timeframe, were carried to orbit on the last of the Japanese cargo ship's HTV-9 on a pallet that is currently staged at the end of the space station's robotic arm, so that the batteries and their adapter plates can be removed from the pallet that they were brought to orbit on for installation into the integrated electronics assembly on the S6 truss. So 9 of the 12 older batteries that will be removed from the S6 truss will be put back on that external pallet for later jettisoning. The remaining 3 will remain on orbit due to space limitations. These battery power upgrades began in January of 2017 with a pair of spacewalks for the starboard 4 truss power channels. They continued in March of 2019 with a pair of spacewalks for the port 4 truss power channels, and most recently continued in October of last year with 4 spacewalks to upgrade the power channels on the port 6 truss of the station. Again, today the crew is going all the way to the other end of the truss to begin work to finish these power upgrades. Again, each lithium-ion battery and its associated adapter plate replaces a pair of older nickel-hydrogen batteries for the circuit that is required to complete the power routing through the various systems for the station for each truss segment. So in all, when the work is completed within the next month, 48 older nickel-hydrogen batteries will have been replaced by 24 new lithium-ion batteries. Spacewalk Officer Sandra Moore, for the series of spacewalks that we're beginning today, narrated an overview of what you'll see throughout the spacewalks today when Cassidy and Bohnken venture out into the vacuum of space. Let's take a look.
This EVA begins the 1 Bravo power channel upgrade. Chris, wearing the red stripe, egresses first. He sets up their tether anchors away from the airlock to enable them to go farther outboard. Then Bob, wearing the white stripe, grabs his foot restraint and follows outboard. Chris picks up his foot restraint on the CETA cart and heads to the external pallet, or EP. The external pallet is held by the robotic arm and houses the new batteries launched from Japan on HTV-9 in May. Chris sets up his tools and prepares his worksite. Bob translates to the S6 Integrated Electronics Assembly, or IEA, which will be his main worksite throughout the EVA. The IEA houses the batteries and hardware for the 1B solar arrays and power channel. Chris will join Bob and they work together to finish setup. First, battery from slot number 1 is retrieved. The crew needs to release torque with a ratchet, then use the pistol grip tool, or PGT, to complete the release of the bolts. The large battery is removed, and the crew work together to move it over to the EP for disposal. Chris ingresses the foot restraint, and the crew work together to install the battery in empty slot X. Then the arm maneuvers to place Chris in front of the first new battery in slot A. After placing scoops to create handholds, the crew will remove the battery and translate it back to the truss and install in empty slot number 1. Throughout the EVAs, Bob will need to move his foot restraint to reach each battery. Next, the battery in slot 2 is removed and translated over to the pallet. At the EP, Chris is in a foot restraint and places the battery on his BRT, or body restraint tether. Chris will release the adapter plate launched underneath the battery. Like with the batteries, he has to use the ratchet to release the high torque and then the PGT to fully release the bolt. Chris removes the adapter plate to hand to Bob. Bob translates back to the truss to install the adapter plate in open slot 2. At At the same time, Chris is putting the old battery in the slot he had just emptied for disposal. Together on the IEA, they made a cable between the adapter plate and the new battery to complete the circuit. With one of the 3 battery pairs complete, they moved to slot 3 to remove the next old battery. This battery will be stowed on the adapter plate in slot 2, where it is no longer needed to function. Bob and Chris return to the pallet to retrieve battery B. They repeat the steps to release the bolts, translate back to the truss, and together install an empty slot number 3. At this point, Bob and Chris begin cleanup on the first of the 2 1 Bravo battery channel EVAs. They also prepare for the next EVA, including moving foot restraints, securing tools and bags where they will be needed. Once the worksite is clean, Chris translates from the end of the S6 truss, pausing to reconfigure their safety tethers on the return to the airlock. Bob follows for ingress, completing Power Channel 1 Bravo EVA 1.
So again, the primary tasks for today, as illustrated in that animation, are to remove 3 existing nickel-hydrogen batteries and replace them with 2 new lithium-ion batteries. The batteries store electricity for 1 pair of the station's solar arrays. Cassidy and Hurley will also be installing an adapter plate to complete the circuit to the new batteries and relocating the nickel-hydrogen batteries, 2 of which will be moved to an external platform for future disposal. And back in the Quest airlock, you can see the crew is starting to wrap up its spacewalk preparations, having completed a round of light exercise to purge nitrogen out of their bloodstreams, preventing decompression sickness from occurring once they step out of the airlock a short time from now. Again, in your view now, on the right is NASA astronaut Doug Hurley, and he's the crew's suit-up lead for today, backed up by Russian cosmonaut Ivan Wagner, who is in the left field of view. Back in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, the Orbit 2 team is on console, ready to execute the spacewalk under the direction of Flight Director Royce Renfrew. To his right at the Capcom console is the ground IV for today's spacewalk, Jasmine McBelly, who essentially serves as a spacewalk communicator, talking directly to the two spacewalkers from start to finish of the spacewalk today, helping them choreograph the tasks and procedures. And to her right is Capcom or capsule communicator David St. Jacques of the Canadian Space Agency. You'll hear him communicating with the crew all the way through depressurization this morning. Back in the equipment lock section of the Quest airlock, the crew is suited up, running through some final procedures before venturing out into the vacuum of space this morning. You can see Chris Cassidy on the right of your screen. He is designated as EV1 today, or Extravehicular Crew Member Number 1, wearing the suits bearing the red stripes, which you can see down there on the bottom of your screen on his legs. And on your left, Bob Behnken, who is designated today as EV2, or Extravehicular Crew Member Number 2, wearing the suit with no stripes.
Airlock, we're pausing the in-suit pre-breathe clock at GMT 10:17.
Copy.
And you just heard the voice of NASA astronaut Doug Hurley. Again, he's the crew's suit-up lead for today. He's in the middle of your screen now, backed up by Russian cosmonaut Ivan Wagner toward the bottom left side of your screen.
Houston airlock on 1. The expended MEDOX canisters are temps go to node 1, serial numbers 18 and 22, and they're both capped.
Okay, copy all.
Houston airlock, pre-breathe, in-suit pre-breathe clock restarted at 10:21.
10:21.
Gents, next is the manual leak check, so check your suit pressure status, please. Okay, let me know when you're stable, 4.2 to 4.4, please. We're complete with the MEDOX layout change-out procedure going back to step 15 in 1.225.
Okay, copy and concur. We'll see you back in 1.225.
And that call down you just heard from Doug Hurley. And a response from Capcom, or Capsule Communicator, David St. Jacques. Again, you'll hear him communicating with the crew all the way through depressurization this morning. And the jetpack now in
Just confirm safer 10.15 for EV1.
Yeah, it's affirmative. 1015 for EV1.
And now in Yvonne Wagner's hand is what's called a safer jetpack, while carrying the acronym SAFER for Simplified aid for EVA rescue. Spacewalkers wear these backpacks when they venture out as a precaution in the unlikely event that they would become untethered. They could propel themselves back to the safety of the International Space Station. Once those jetpacks are fixed to their spacesuits, Cassidy and Behnken will be moved through the hatchway you see at the top of your screen now into the crew lock section. The hatch will then be closed behind them, and the final preparations for depressurization of the crew lock will begin from 14.7 pounds per square inch all the way down to vacuum, which will be the final step before the crew conducts final communications and suit checks with the flight control team here in Houston. Doug Hurley and Yvonne Wagner will now work to install that SAFER onto Chris Cassidy's suit. And again, SAFER stands for Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. Doug Hurley and Yvonne Wagner are now working to fix the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue, or SAFER by the acronym, on the back of Chris Cassidy's suit. Again, these jetpacks would be used in the highly unlikely event that the spacewalkers would become untethered during the spacewalk, and these jetpacks would give the crew the ability to then propel themselves back to the International Space Station. And these space suits, the extravehicular mobility units, or EMUs, are the suits you see Cassidy and Behnken in now. These suits essentially serve as an independent life support system, providing environmental protection, mobility, and communications for the crew members during their spacewalk. The spacewalk today marks the 228th spacewalk in support of International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, and the first spacewalk for Expedition 63. This will be the 7th spacewalk for Station Commander Chris Cassidy. His 6 previous spacewalks bring his total time to 31 hours and 14 minutes. The spacewalk today will also be the 7th for NASA astronaut Bob Behnken. His previous 6 spacewalks bring his career total time to 37 hours and 33 minutes. The spacewalk today is the first spacewalk outside the station since January 25th, when Expedition 61 crew members Drew Morgan and Luca Parmitano completed work on the refurbishment and repair to the alpha magnetic spectrometer. The primary tasks for these spacewalkers today are to remove 3 existing nickel-hydrogen batteries and replace them with 2 new lithium-ion batteries. The batteries store electricity for 1 pair of the station's solar arrays. Cassidy and Hurley will also be installing an adapter plate to complete the circuit to the new batteries and relocating the nickel-hydrogen batteries, 2 of which will be moved to an external platform for future disposal. Again, you're looking live into the equipment lock section of the Quest airlock, where the crew is suited up, running through these final procedures, getting their safer jetpacks installed before they venture out into the vacuum of space. NASA astronaut Doug Hurley is the crew's suit-up lead today on your left, backed up by Yvonne Wagner on your right. Everything's still proceeding right on the timeline for the start of today's spacewalk. Doug Hurley and Yvonne Wagner now working to install Bob Behnken's safer jetpack on the back of his suit. And once Bob Behnken's safer jetpack is installed on the back of his suit, he will move through that hatchway into the crew lock section where Chris Cassidy is now. And then depressurization will be done in a two-stage fashion. First, they'll take the crew lock down to 5 pounds per square inch of pressure. They'll pause to do a system check, and then they'll resume the depressurization all the way down to vacuum. Once it reaches vacuum, the two spacewalkers, Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken, will conduct suit checks and communications checks with Mission Control Houston before they place their suits on internal battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. Back in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, the Orbit 2 team is on console, ready to execute the spacewalk under the direction of Flight Director Royce Renfrew. To his right at the Capcom console is the ground IV for today's spacewalk, Jasmine McBelly, who serves as a spacewalk communicator, talking directly to the two spacewalkers from start to finish of the spacewalk today, helping them choreograph the tasks and procedures. And to her right now, talking to the flight director is Capcom, or Capsule Communicator, David St. Jacques of the Canadian Space Agency. And again, you'll hear him communicating with the crew all the way through depressurization this morning. And you can see Doug Hurley now moving Bob Behnken through the hatchway of the Quest airlock. With Cassidy and Bohnken completely through the hatchway now, into the crew lock section of the Quest airlock, the hatch will be closed. This sequence of events now calls for NASA astronaut Doug Hurley to close the hatch, which will isolate Cassidy and Bohnken in the crew lock section. Once the crew gets that go from teams here in Mission Control Houston, there will be a period of depressurization of the crew lock from its current 14.7 pounds per square inch all the way down to vacuum. The final communications between Mission Control and final checks of the spacewalkers' suits will be conducted, and the crew will then be given the go to place their suits on internal battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. And you can see now Yvonne Wagner is in the process of closing the hatch between the equipment lock and the crew lock section. Cassidy and Bohnken will now be isolated before their final minutes of preparations before they begin the 228th spacewalk in support of International Space Station assembly and maintenance.
Houston airlock on 1, and steps 73, 72, and 73 are complete.
Okay. Houston copies.
And Houston, you guys have got steps 74 through 76. Concur?
Yeah, concur. We're putting in work. Okay. For EV1, EV2, and airlock, you guys are hot mic'd on Space to Ground 1.
EV1 copies. EV2 copies.
Okay, Bob, on the UIA, check the switch depress pump power to off.
Okay, the depress pump power is off.
Check the depress pump enable LED on.
It's on.
Houston, your go in step 80.
And airlock Houston, we got about 8 minutes left on our clocks here before we can start, but you can go ahead and pick up step 81.
Copy, 8 minutes. Houston airlock on 1. Canisters 12 and 20 are temp stowed and removed.
Okay, copy that. Good numbers.
Again, Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken are now isolated in the crew lock section before their final minutes of preparations before they begin the 228th spacewalk in support of International Space Station assembly and maintenance. Flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston are all a go so far for the start of depressurization of the crew lock section in the Quest airlock, just about 45 seconds from now.
Airlock Houston on Space to Ground 1. Getting back to Step 80, you are go to perform Step 80. And with that, we're going to turn you over to Jaws and David. You guys have fun today.
Happy go with Step 80. Thanks, Neil. Okay, Bob, we're ready with the crew lock depress. We're going to take the depress pump power switch to on, and then wait 10 seconds, and open the depress pump manual isolation valve. How copy?
Loud and clear. Just I'll call depress pump power on, and then you tell me 10 seconds. I'll move the valve.
Good plan.
Okay, depress pump power coming on. On.
There's 10 seconds. Depress pump manual ISO to open. Expect an alert tone and monitor your suit gauge less than 5.5 psi.
Copy. Valve is open. My seat pressure is rising as expected.
Okay, when crew lock's at 6, expect an alert tone.
Copy. Copy.
Depressurization of the crew lock section of Quest was officially underway at 6 a.m. Central Time. The depressurization of the crew lock section will be done in a two-stage fashion. First, they'll take the crew lock down to 5 pounds per square inch of pressure. They'll pause to do a systems check, and then they'll resume depressurization all the way down to vacuum. Once it reaches vacuum, the two spacewalkers will conduct suit checks, communications checks with Mission Control here in Houston before they place their suits on internal battery power to officially mark the start of today's spacewalk. A U.S. spacewalk start and end time is measured from the time the crew places their suits on internal battery power until the time of repressurization when they're back inside the crew lock once they've completed their spacewalk tasks for the day. Just under 4 minutes until the crew lock section is down to 5 pounds per square inch of pressure. Again, they'll pause to do a systems check, and then they'll resume depressurization all the way down to vacuum. Coming up on 6 pounds per square inch now. Again, they're waiting until it gets down to 5 pounds per square inch.
5, you'll be taking the depress pump manual isolation valve to close, and I'll back you up on that call as well from the inside.
Copy.
There's my tone at 6, as expected, a little behind, behind you.
0.3 like it was before.
Yep.
Copy. You should be getting close, Bob.
I'm showing 5.1, 5.0.
Okay, we heard the valve. Okay, on both of your DCMs, move your status until you get leak check displayed.
Check display. TV1, leak check displayed as well.
Copy. Check your O2 actuators to EVA. That's a check.
I think
Right,
we got to
get in the leak check. Yeah, follow the instructions.
Oh yeah, my bad. Sorry about that.
So we want the long yes now.
Long yes.
Hold for 2 seconds.
Less than a minute.
TV2 as well.
EV1 leak check complete.
EV2 leak check complete.
Copy, EV1 and EV2. Check your O2 actuators are in EVA.
On there now, EV1. EV1. O2 actuator in EVA.
Copy, EV1.
EV2 is in EVA.
Copy, EV2 and EVA. Okay, next step for you, Bob, depress pump manual ISO valve to open. Expect an alert tone.
Depress pump manual isolation valve coming open.
Okay, gents, emergency MPEV is open. You can go ahead and do your tether checks now.
All right, copy. Bob, you want to start from structure?
Yep, starting from structure. Okay, I've got the airlock waist tether closed and locked on the airlock D-ring extender. That large hook from the airlock waist tether is closed and locked onto my left waist tether. Hook on my left waist tether, the large one is closed and locked, and the small one is closed and locked on my D-ring extender on my left side. My red hook is closed and locked onto my D-ring extender. Green hook is attached to the red reel. Yellow hook is closed and locked onto the green reel. And then I see that the hook on that green reel is closed and locked onto your red hook. Okay? And both reels are verified unlocked.
Copy that. Picking up your hook that you just confirmed. It is closed and locked on my red reel. The red reel, my red crew hook is closed and locked on my left D-ring extender. That completes our current load path. Back on my two reels, red Irkham body has a yellow hook, large yellow hook closed and locked on the green Irkham body. The green crew hook is back onto the red reel. It happens to be locked also. And the large white hook on the green reel is temp stowed on my mini workstation. Both of the Irkhams are in the unlocked reel position. I've got a dry hat, and I've been looking at my gloves for a while, and they're pristine.
I also have a dry hat, and the gloves are pristine.
Copy all.
Coming up on 2 PSI.
Copy, concur. When you get to 2, you'll take the depress pump manual ISO valve to close.
2.0 coming close.
Hey. And once you get it closed, take the depress pump power switch on the UIA to off.
Depress pump power is off.
Okay, we talked about tethers. When the crew lock DPDT gets to about 0, expect an alert tone. And then when EV hatch delta P is less than 0.5, you can open and stow the EV hatch.
Copy all. Bob, just for completeness on my right, E-ring extender.
And we're in a quick handover between satellites right now, but we should be regaining those communications here shortly.
Station on one for the airlock. We just had a handover. Can you repeat your last?
Hello, Debbie. I was just completing the final feather hook check, and that was on my right D-ring extender. I have a closed and locked small hook to my waist tether, and my waist tether big hook is tempstone on my mini workstation.
Okay. Copy all. Good config. Thanks.
Enough room, Chris?
I think so. Hatch gauge hovering right around 1. Is my SCU interfering with your crew lock bag area?
that's good. Good. That's why I took the bag before you stowed your. I got it out from underneath the CU, so I've got access to it.
Copy.
Doug Hurley and Yvonne Wagner in the equipment lock section of Quest, monitoring the depressurization across the hatchway of the crew lock section where Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken are right now.
Showing about 0.7 on the hatch gauge, delta P.
Copy. Showing about 10 millimeters here before you should get to 0.5. It is slow as you briefed.
About moving into position. Okay. It looks like about 0.5. A better angle. Yep. All right. Doug, I'm going for the hatch.
Copy.
Daylight daytime.
Okay, the emergency MPEV is closed, and with that, Jaws, we're handing it over to you. Good luck, guys. Have fun.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Doug and Yvonne. Thanks for your work getting us set up so well. Got us right on timeline. We appreciate it. Chris and Bob, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, with that, we'll step into the post-depress. Staggering your switch throws, switch power to bat. Expect a warning tone.
V1 power bat.
Power bat.
Both of you check your display switches are functional.
V1 display functional. No bite light.
EV2 display functional, no bite light.
Bob, on the UIA, you'll switch power EV1 and 2 to off.
EV1 and EV2 power are off.
Okay, you'll check the 4 LEDs, power EV1 and 2 are off.
Verified off.
Okay, both of you can disconnect your SCUs from the DCM, install the DCM cover, and stow the SCU in the pouch.
Good work.
It's complete for EV2.
EV1 complete as well.
Okay, Bob, on the crew lock, check the depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
Depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
Both of you can take your temperature control valves to max hot.
Max hot EV1.
Max hot EV2.
It's going down, Bob.
You can both switch water on.
Water on EV1.
Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken have officially placed their suits on internal battery power, marking the official start of today's spacewalk at 6:32 a.m. Central Time. This will be the first in a series of spacewalks to complete the upgrades to the Starboard 6 truss power system on the International Space Station.
Valves to the desired position. Please let us know what they are.
5 EV1.
And EV2 set to 5 as well.
Copy. Check your suit pressure gauges and report.
4.3 EV1.
4.2 EV2.
Copy. 4.3 and 4.2. You can set your visors as required. It's just the beginning of a night pass now.
You got it.
Okay, with that, Chris, if the thermal cover isn't open, you're good to open it and egress the airlock with your medium ORU bag.
Thermal cover is open.
And we have confirmation the thermal cover is now open.
Looks good. I don't think you're going to need 2 waist tethers, Bob, to get to this APFR, but right here.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Throwing it. Throwing it
And you can see on the right side of your screen, Chris Cassidy is now coming outside the hatch.
Your wrist there.
yeah, that was that happen?
Cassidy will be the first out of the hatch this morning, followed by Bob Behnken. Again, Cassidy as EV1 in the suit bearing the red stripes, and Behnken EV2 in the suit bearing no stripes. Once the crew gets outside to their respective work sites, we'll begin getting helmet camera views. Another way to distinguish the spacewalkers will be through those helmet camera numbers. Cassidy will have helmet camera number 18, and Behnken will have helmet camera number 20.
Did you catch if it was starboard or port? Or sorry, was it your left or right wrist mirror?
There's my left wrist mirror. And straight station nadir.
Copy, left wrist mirror, station nadir.
All right, Bob, moving out. My manual isolation valve is down, and my zipper deploy handle is down as well.
Chris, do you know about how fast that wrist mirror was moving?
About maybe a foot per second.
Copy, 1 foot per second. Okay, Chris, and we didn't copy all your self-checks. If you can just get us those.
Green light is on. Which one are you missing? Jaws, which step you're missing?
And Chris, we didn't copy both your safer handles. Can you just confirm your safer handles are both down?
That's affirmative. The deploy handle is down, and the manual isolation valve. I'm at 3410 right now.
Okay, firm 3410.
Down Bob spare lead.
And Charles, I have a go to egress the airlock.
Okay, firm Bob, you have a go to egress. And you'll be bringing the crew lock bag with you, and that'll be going to the airlock with 11.
I have the crew lock bag with me.
And Bob Behnken now making his way into the vacuum of space.
Arrived at the APFR.
Copy, Bob, and we'll take self-checks from you as well when able.
Jaws, was there anything else you missed on the steering on the self-check?
We'll want the tabs once you get to the safety tether location.
Okay.
And for
I'm on phase 1, moving starboard.
I can verify my right safer handle is down. And my left safer handle is down. And my green light is on. Need any of my tether configuration, Jaws?
We'll take your tabs, but we don't need tethers. And I have
my left tab is down.
Copy.
My left tab is up. And my right tab.
As Chris Cassidy was exiting the airlock, his wrist mirror floated away, and there's no risk to the crew. They're still proceeding with procedures.
Our T tab is up as well.
Copy. Good check, Bob.
At the first. Nothing the first seat occurred.
Copy. And I have a caution for both of you. Avoid contact with deployed TUS cable, Zenith and Nadir CETA rails. How copy?
Copy EV1.
Copy EV2.
Okay, Bob, you'll be bundling the crew lock bag to that APFR and airlock with 11. And Chris, let me know when you get to the outboard CETA card and I can give you the handrail numbers.
Okay, copy, Joss. Okay, I'm underneath the outboard cart. I'm looking at 3061 as a handrail.
Okay, Chris, that's where you'll drop your anchor hook.
My anchor hook is closed. Slider is in the lock position, double checking. Rails are unlocked.
Copy, good config.
3V1.
And just beside that, you'll see handrail 3060. You'll attach Bob's anchor hook there.
Copy all.
Okay, the crew lock bag is bundled to the APFR.
Copy that, Bob. You'll retrieve the bundle with the APFR. You'll leave the whiff extender there.
Copy.
Okay, I'm tethered Bob's hook. Breaking packs up. (3060) as Bob's anchor point closed and locked.
Copy that.
Bob,
Good.
Ross concurs. You're free to unlock your waist tether.
Copy.
Affirm, we concur.
And Jaws, the BRT is closed on the APFR, and it is tethered as well.
Copy, Bob. And Bob, if you can just check your reel is unlocked, you are go to release your waist tether from the airlock waist tether and close the hatch thermal cover.
Copy. Okay, the APFR is on my BRT.
Copy. And Chris, you'll be translating on that CETA cart to WIF 5 and bundling your ORU bag to the APFR and retrieving it.
Okay, in work. And Bob, I'm on the seat.
Copy. Wheels are verified unlocked, Jaws.
Copy, Bob.
Just over 15 minutes into the spacewalk today, again the first in a series of spacewalks to complete the upgrades to the starboard 6 truss power system on the International Space Station. Again, the 2 spacewalkers will be making their way to the far starboard truss of the International Space Station both today and again next Wednesday, July 1st, to replace aging nickel-hydrogen batteries on the first of 2 power channels for the S6 truss with new lithium-ion batteries and their associated adapter plates. You'll hear the acronym APFR today, which stands for the Articulating Portable Foot Restraints the crews will be using to restrain their feet at their respective work sites.
Copy, thermal cover closed.
We'll head to the feeder spur.
Okay, Bob, copy that. As you get to the top of the Cedar Spur, you'll release your Richmond fair lead. And for both of you, we're already ahead of the timeline, and met rates are high, so if you could slow down a bit.
Copy, copy.
Okay, and for that caution, avoid contact with deployed radiators. How copy?
V1 copies.
TV2 copies.
And we're getting helmet camera views. Of course, this one number 18 from Chris Cassidy.
I'll have you check your gauntlets in place and check your 3 tabs as well, please.
Okay, you got it. Now's a great time. So both gauntlets are in place and tab checking in work.
Copy.
First order of business for Chris Cassidy this morning will be to set up their tether anchors away from the airlock to enable them to go farther outboard. Cassidy will then head to the external pallet, or EP. The external pallet is held by the robotic arm and houses the new batteries launched from Japan on HTV-9 in May.
BRT tab up and 2 mini workstation tabs are also up. All 3 tabs up.
Copy, Chris. Good config. With that, you can translate to handrail 2004 just past S6 when you get to S6.
2004, copy that.
Another acronym you'll hear throughout the day is BRT, which stands for Body Restraint Tether.
What did he ask for?
Jaws have arrived at the 3410. We'll release just the Richmond fair lead and leave the adjustable here.
Affirm, Bob.
It's complete. I've reached the forward face of S0.
Copy, Bob. And Bob, you'll be heading all the way outboard on S6, and as you approach the Sarge, if I can just get a check for gauntlets in place.
Copy.
PFR is a little sticky. As I got the APFR out, but just as a note, it was release mechanism was a little.
Copy that, Chris.
All right. Moving out from Cedar Cart and heading outward. Bob, where are you at?
I am at the Cedar Cart.
Copy that.
Okay, Chris, I'm coming up the second Cedar Cart.
Copy that.
And Chris, reminder for you, you're going to handrail 2004 for your green hook, and Bob will take a gauntlet check prior to crossing the Sarge.
004.
Both of my gauntlets are up, covering my arms.
Copy, Bob.
I'm at 2004.
Okay, Chris, you'll drop your green hook there.
Copy that. Green hook coming here.
And just a heads up for both of you, once you install your APFR, we're going to take a break for a couple minutes.
EV2 copies.
EV1 copies. main hook is node, and it's also locked on 2004.
Copy, your green hook's down at 2004, Chris. You'll be installing the APFR into WIF 4 with a clocking of 6. Clocking of 6.
4, clocking 6. Okay, you want to... I'll just hop up here, Bob, and you can...
No, I'll pause here if Jaws is okay with that.
Oh, okay. Jaws, Bob's right here next to me. I'm going to put this APFR in.
Okay, copy.
Jaws, what are the rest of the settings besides 6?
Golf, Golf, Fox, 12.
Golf, Golf. Okay, the black lines are lined up. This is a strong wiggle test. Clocking is at 6. 12's on the double line side. And I'll clean up the Fox 12 here in a second.
Copy. And while we're taking this break, now's a good time for me to read some warnings and cautions for the external pallet. The EP wheels are no touch for pinch points. The EP PVGF grapple shafts and curvic coupling teeth are no touch. Translate only on handrails. Do not impart loads into any ORU on the EP. No sudden movements on the pallet. Maintain less than 0.45 foot per second translation speed. Wait until pallet motion dampens out before imparting any loads. How copy?
You one copy.
PV2 copy.
Tom is a little garbled. Me at this. Do you hear the same thing, Bob?
No, the combo's okay for me.
And Chris, are you hearing Bob fine? Is it just me that's garbled?
No, it was just you in that last transmission. Now you're fine.
Okay, great.
EV1 is in 7 for cooling.
Copy, Chris.
Now 30 minutes into today's spacewalk, recapping the milestones so far, Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken placed their suits on internal battery power, marking the official start of today's spacewalk at 6:32 a.m. Central Time. Chris Cassidy's mirror on his left wrist became detached on his way out of the hatch, and there was no risk to the crew. The dimensions of that wrist mirror are 5 by 3 by 0.75 inches with a mass of 1/10 of a pound. Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken are now headed to their respective work sites to begin prep activities.
Okay, guys, we're just going to hang on a few more minutes here.
Copy.
Again, we'll continue to get these helmet camera views. This one now, number 20 from Bob Behnken.
Bob, in about 6 minutes when the sun comes up, you should be able to get some good pictures of your ride.
We hope to let the fishnet camera out here. Maybe get some on the way over to the IEA, Chris?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking when I'm getting the bagel organized up there.
Thanks, Doug. If you see any other good opportunities, let us know.
Will do. Okay, guys, great job. We're going to pick back up slowly. So, Bob, you can continue outboard, and Chris, you can complete the Fox 12 settings on the APFR.
All right, let me get out of Bob's way. One high, Bob, you can go under.
Okay.
Room. Box 12's complete.
Copy, Chris. And can you just confirm the pitch knob has popped out?
It is. I'll put another set of eyes on it. Just confirmed, popped out in the locked position.
Copy. Thanks, Chris. You can retrieve your RU bag from the APFR, and you have a go to translate onto the external pallet.
All right, copy that.
Bob, for you, as you get outboard, you're looking for handrail 2076 or 2075, your preference for your green hook.
Copy 2076 or 2075.
Good words.
My green hook is on 2076.
Copy 2076. Bob, you can translate to width 30. You'll be
width 30.
A firm. And the clocking for the APFR is 12.
Thank you, 12.
Transitioning to the pallet.
Copy, Chris. You're looking for handrail 7325. It's adjacent to battery alpha. You'll stow the ORU bag there.
Okay. $73.25.
You should be coming up on the coast of California soon. If you look south, you might see Hawthorne.
Cool.
Chris,
Does the APFR, is is installed in with
40 minutes into the spacewalk today and recapping some of those milestones so far, Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken placed their suits on internal battery power, marking the official start of today's spacewalk at 6:32 a.m. Central Time. Chris Cassidy's mirror on his left wrist became detached on his way out of the hatch, and there was no risk to the crew. The dimensions of that wrist mirror are 5 by 3 by 0.75 inches, with a mass of 1/10 of a pound. Cassidy will still be able to use the mirror on his right wrist for the duration of the spacewalk today. The primary reason the crew wears mirrors on their wrist is to allow the crew to see switches, actuators, and labeling on the front of the suit that is typically out of their view. Labeling is, of course, written in mirror image because it's intended to be read via the mirror. Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken are now headed to the work site to begin prep activities. And this view now from Chris Cassidy's helmet camera number 18.
Foxtrot 12 is set on the APFR.
Copy, Bob. You can grab your crew lock bag from the APFR and head up towards the radiator side.
The spacewalkers today will be removing existing nickel-hydrogen batteries and replacing them with new lithium-ion batteries that arrived on a Japanese cargo ship last month. These batteries store electricity for one pair of the station's solar arrays, and then the swap will upgrade the station's power supply capability. The batteries store power generated by the station's solar arrays to provide power to the microgravity laboratory when the station is not in sunlight as it circles Earth during orbital night.
Okay,
Chris, been great. Just working on those tools. Got a good view of you. Were you going to say something?
Negative.
Okay.
Bob, I see you heading up towards the radiator side. You're looking for handrails 2049 and 2054.
Copy, I've arrived at 2054.
Copy. And just a reminder, you want the crew lock bag handrail towards the radiator, and you want to make sure the adjustable equipment tether is inboard of the gap spinner that you're going to deploy on handrail 2054.
Okay. Okay, the crew lock bag is tethered to 2049.
Copy.
Okay, Jaws, I don't know if you can see my WVS or not. I want to make sure you're happy with that crew lock bag configuration. The
Affirm, Bob.
tether is inboard of, okay.
Looks good. You can go ahead and start working the gap spanner chain, and that will start from handrail 2054 on the radiator side.
Okay, copy.
And just a reminder as you do this to make sure you don't trap your safety tether.
Thank you. And like we talked about in the briefing yesterday, I'm going to put a couple of scoops out first.
Copy. Sounds good. And Bob, did you want to go to battery 1 first?
I'd like to go to battery 3 first.
Okay, copy. Let me know when you're ready for the clockings.
Okay, H2 on battery 3.
Will be 9 o'clock, so straight down.
Okay.
Hey, Josh, I have camera, GoPro, crash bag on me, EGT, and also the ratchet wrench are appended outside.
Okay, Chris, you can head back to the IAA to help with the scoops and gap spanners.
Roger that. In work.
The scoop is installed on H2 at 9 o'clock with the doghouse on the top, which is the handle straight down.
Okay, Bob, and for H1 on battery 3, it'll be going to the 10 o'clock, so down and slightly to the left.
Copy. Okay, on H1, I've installed it at 10 o'clock, so down and slightly to the left.
Copy, Bob. Let me know which battery you'd like to do next.
Okay, I think at this point, with these two scoops and the ingress aid, the way I've deployed it, we can work on the gap spanner.
Okay, copy that, Bob. So you're going from handrail 2054 on the radiator side.
The 2054 on the radiator side.
Good words.
All right, I'm off the pallet and on structure.
Copy that, Chris.
Josh, I'm actually going to leave the GoPro camera right here in Bob's future happy place. Right
Okay.
on handrail 2005, which is adjacent to the APFR.
Copy handrail 2005.
Okay, Jaws, I've got the gap spanner deployed to handrail 2054. It's the wire tie end of the gap spanner chain.
Copy, Bob. The other end will be going to handrail 2012.
Copy.
All right, Bob, finally heading your way.
Sounds good.
And Chris, if you wanted to start with the gap spanner, the non-radiator side handrail is handrail 2010.
2010. Copy. Nice timing. That's exactly where I am. And this still digital camera is on 2010, the same handrail as gap spanner.
Copy, handrail 2010 for the camera.
Get on the gap spanner.
Okay, Jaws, the gap spanner is installed. The handrail 2012.
Okay, Bob, we'll check, do a tension gap spanner check and tension it down and then turn the buckle 180 degrees to ensure slacks. And Bob, for your essay, we've lost your WVS video.
Okay, copy.
If you could just check
I will
the
touch the gap spanner chain down. Okay, let me get to this gap spanner being snugged up, and then I'll do that if that's okay.
That's good with us, thanks.
Okay, Bob, working my way up to the radiator side.
Copy.
Okay, Chris, you're going to handrail 2043 on the radiator side. And reminder to make sure you don't trap either of you or Bob's safety tethers.
2043. Copy. And copy the warning.
Okay, I've cinched the gap spanner up reasonably well. The translation on it loosens it back out, but it is looser than a quarter turn. Jaws, I'll get my WVS cycled here for you.
Copy, Bob. And Bob, it should be a full 180 degree turn.
Okay, copy. It's a little bit looser than that, but I really can't snug it much more.
Copy, Bob.
All right, 2043 has my radiator end deployed, and I'm working on the same tensioning steps.
Copy, Chris. And Bob, we see your camera.
Look like the green light's on. I cycled it. I don't think it was on when I cycled it, but it was hard to tell in the sunlight here.
Okay, we see it. Thanks.
So for me, my next JAWS will be more scoops or the PGT, I think. Is that right?
Okay, yeah, A-firm. So before you do the PGT, you'll need to get the scoop to battery 4.
All right, one full 180-degree turn on the buckle.
Copy, Chris. And if you want to...
a little loose, like Bob was saying, but...
Yeah, I think we've heard that from the previous ones as well. And I don't know if it would help you to deconflict, Bob, if you went to battery 1 and Chris went to battery 4 and the DCSU, but up to you.
That works.
Okay. Okay, Todd. H2 on battery 1.
H2 on battery 1 will be at the 3 o'clock, which is straight down.
That's complete. H2, 3 o'clock, straight, verified, locked.
Copy, Bob. For H1 on battery 1, you'll be going to 2 o'clock, which is down and slightly to the right.
Copy.
Copy.
You've got... scoops as well, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
If that makes sense, I can, I'm right here at battery 4.
Yeah, Chris, if you want to do battery 4 that way, Bob can, as he sets up his PGT, stow it there.
Okay.
So you'll be going to H2 on battery 4. Let me know when you're ready for the clocking.
H2 on battery 4. I'm ready for that clocking.
It'll be 9 o'clock, which is straight down.
And the acronym PGT, which you just heard, stands for Pistol Grip Tool, and that will be used to help the crew release the bolts during some of their procedures today. Now 1 hour into the spacewalk today, recapping some of the milestones so far. Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken placed their suits on internal battery power, marking the official start of today's spacewalk at 6:32 a.m. Central Time. Chris Cassidy's mirror on his left wrist became detached on his way out of the hatch, and there was no risk to the crew. The dimensions of that wrist mirror are 5 by 5 by 3 by 0.75 inches with a mass of 1/10 of a pound. Cassidy will still be able to use the mirror on his right wrist for the duration of the spacewalk. Again, the primary reason for the crew to wear those mirrors on their wrists is to allow them to see the switches, actuators, and labeling on the front of their suit that is out of their view. Of course, the labeling is written in mirror image because it's intended to be read via mirror. Chris, Cassidy, and Bob Behnken have now arrived at their work sites to begin setting up. Just for size reference on the batteries and adapter plates the crew will be handling today, the adapter plate is 40 inches by 37 inches by 8 inches with a mass of 75 pounds. The aging nickel hydrogen batteries being replaced are 40 inches by 37 inches by 19 inches with a mass of 364 pounds. And the new lithium-ion batteries being installed today are 40 inches by 37 inches by 19 inches with a mass of 428 pounds.
I think all I'm doing is I'm going to put this right angle, sorry, the 9-inch X head onto my PGT.
Okay, copy. All right, Josh, DCSU.
You're going to H1 at 2 o'clock, which is down and slightly to the right.
Down and slightly to the right, I'm on H1 of the DCSU. 2 o'clock, it's in the locked position, good wiggle test, scoop is installed.
Copy that, Chris. So we've got all our scoops installed. And Chris, if you want to hang out by the H2 scoop of battery 4, once Bob configures his PGT, he can hand off the adjustable equipment tether for you to stow it on that.
Okay.
Hey, Chris, I can pass you the PGT, and you can tether it there, and then I'll move my right swing arm tether to the crew lock bag.
Okay, the PGT's adjustable is hooked to battery 4.
Copy. And Bob, you may have said it, but I didn't catch it. You've got the red series going back to the crew lock bag and a good pull test on the hex driver?
Good pull test on the hex driver, and I am moving, tethering the PGT red series to the crew lock bag at this time.
Copy.
Copy. That's complete. I'm going to go ahead and close up the crew lock bag, everything but the ratchet wrench, I think.
Okay.
You can get it.
Over.
I got it. Put your wrenches out.
Jaws, am I heading to the APFR?
Yeah, we'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from both of you first, and then from Bob, you're checking the gap spanners clear of slot 1 and then ingressing the APFR.
EV1, gauntlets in place, cap is dry, gloves, same as egress.
And Chris, since that mirror got knocked off, we just want to make sure you check that hand extra carefully in case there was something that caught on it to cause that.
Yeah, I had done that a while ago, but it's good to double check and now that it's sunlight, because it was dark when I did it before, and no evidence of a red damage or anything like that. All nominal.
Copy. Good checks, Chris. And Bob will take your checks, and Chris, your positioning where you've got the ratchet wrench and in a good position to assist Bob with battery 1.
Okay, in work.
I've I've got a good glove check. Still look like a little bit of black smudging, so nothing significant. Those are in good shape. App is in same state that it was when I left the airlock, and both of my gauntlets are up.
Copy that, Bob. If that gap spanner's clear, you are go to ingress APFR. And while you work that, I've got a caution for both of you. Once torque is broken on an H-bolt, do not impart loads into the corresponding microsquare. How copy?
B1 copies.
B2 copies.
Another acronym you'll hear throughout the day is HAP, H-A-P. The HAP is the acronym for the Helmet Absorption Pad, which was installed in all spacewalking helmets in the wake of a water intrusion in the helmet of Luca Parmitano in 2014. The installation of the Helmet Absorption Pad, or HAP by the acronym, is intended to absorb water in the case that it has migrated to the back of a crew member's helmet.
H2 side, if you don't mind me doing that one, otherwise I'll wait for Bob. Need that order.
We need H1 first.
Then that's for Bob to do.
Copy.
Just for break and torque, you need the order?
I'm being told to affirm we need to go in order, even braking torque.
Copy that. No problem.
I've ingressed the APFR, and we'll break torque on H1.
Okay, Bob, if we can get you to just make sure your ingress date is tucked, tethers are clear, and get the serial number off that battery.
I can read it right here. 0075.
Copy, good serial number.
The red's a little stuck. You need it to suck back?
Oh, it's okay. I'm going to go ahead and tether to the battery so that we have that taken care of.
And
Go ahead, Josh.
no, sorry, I saw your right after I was about to say something, so.
And we've reached one of the main milestones in the spacewalk today, one of the many milestones. The battery from slot number 1 is being retrieved. The crew will release torque with the ratchet and then use the pistol grip tool, or PGT, to complete the release of the bolts.
Torque is broke.
Okay, you can hand that ratchet wrench back to Chris.
Maybe a quarter. Chris has it.
And swap for Chris's PGT with the 6-inch.
And now the pistol grip tool, or PGT, will be used to complete the release of these bolts.
Settings are alpha 7, counterclockwise 2.
I'm sorry, I should have called it for you.
Alpha 7, counter 2. Alpha 7, counter 2.
Copy, you'll be going to H1, confirm socket tape lines flush to the scoop, and looking for approximately 8 turns.
Socket tape line is Flush. Verified counter. 2. 8 turns. Indicators moving. Okay, so about 6.5 turns, the indicator started popping, indicating it was fully unlocked. Gave it the full 8 turns.
And Bob, can we get you to do the full 8 turns?
I'm sorry, guys. I did do the full 8 turns, but at 6.5, started to pop, indicating unlocked, so the indicator started to jitter.
Copy. Thanks, Bob. Okay, same settings, Alpha 7, counter 2 for H2, and confirm the socket tape line is flush, looking for approximately 19 turns.
The socket tape line is flush. And understand 18 turns, Charles?
19 turns.
19 turns, copy. There it goes.
See the battery rising.
There's 19 turns. Got the PGT.
I got it.
And status indicators unlocked, Bob?
Status indicator is unlocked. It has arrived there at about 17.
Copy. Okay, I see you've handed the PGT back to Chris. Once Chris is in a good position to receive the battery, you can unlock the red and remove the battery.
Sun going down.
And Chris, for you, just a reminder to check that you're not local tethered on the outboard gap spanner and all your fair leads are released.
No fair leads this time, and I am not tethered on the gap spanner. Get myself situated here, Bob.
Copy.
Local tether to a handrail. And I am ready. I'm all the way down on the lower edge, Bob. I think we can make it to reach.
And Jaws, remind me which...
You're handing off H1 to Chris.
H1.
We have a RET. Have control.
Okay. We have control of the battery, and I'm going to release my ret and egress the APFR.
Copy that. Got that APFR right in the middle.
Yeah.
Trying to get it to you.
I have control of the batteries.
You have control. I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery. We've got the pin side out.
Inside out.
And the first nickel hydrogen battery has been released. The crew will now work together to move it over to the external pallet for disposal.
While you're translating.
I think I'd rather you hold on just a minute.
Copy.
I've got the battery. You have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery. Maybe that's too far. I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery. I have control of the battery.
You have control. I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery. I'm going to move over one more handle.
Okay, copy.
I have control of the battery.
You have control. Move one more.
Again, the first nickel hydrogen battery has been released. The crew is now working together to move it over to the external pallet for disposal.
I have control of the battery.
You've got control of the battery. I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery.
Chris, a reminder as you get there that if you want to stow your trash bag in the medium RU bag, you can do so before you ingress APFR.
Okay, copy, Joes. This will just be a short hop, Bob, and then I'll go to the other side.
Okay.
I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery. Control of the battery.
You have control. Why don't we take the second to switch to your red?
Okay.
I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery. I have a rep to the battery.
Copy.
I have control of the battery.
And you have control. Moving my red. Okay, my red is off. You have control. I'm moving. Tell me what you have the ability to get to your handoff position, or if we need a little one to set you up.
I need to move one more hammer.
Yes, copy that.
Clear you.
I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery, and I'm going to go ahead and put my RT down.
See that.
The Alpha. I have the battery.
You have the battery. That. I'm going to ingress the APFR. To the yaw. Look locked, Bob. To the yaw.
It does look locked in the
Yeah, feel in.
Okay, Chris, we'll have you check your ingress aids tucked, tethers are clear, and end state, as Bob hands it off, you want H1 in your left hand, Chris, with you ready to H1.
Okay, setting up for the transfer. All right, Bob?
I'm ready.
I'm ready. See here. I'm ready. I have control.
Okay. Remove my rep.
And while you do that, I have 3 cautions I'm going to read before handover. Crew must not simultaneously impart loads into the external pallet. When SSRMS brakes are off, free float crew member on EP must remain quiescent. Do not exceed 20 pounds forestern or use soft dock. Engage, disengage with pallet. How copy?
Copy all.
And Chris, you've got good access to your tools?
It's a little far over there to the left, but for right now, I'll just get this battery solved. I've got my PGT handy.
Yeah, Chris, you'll only need your PGT for this one.
Okay.
And we're going to have a handoff here soon, but you're looking to soft talk the battery into slot X with H2 outboard.
H2 is outboard. Looks like a lot of, there we go.
With the battery from slot number 1 now retrieved, the crew has worked together to move it over to the external pallet for disposal. Cassidy is now working to ingress the foot restraint, and the two will work together to install the battery in empty slot X. We're in a short handover between satellites right now, but should be regaining communications here shortly.
The interface looks good. If anything, it looks a little bit like the H1 side is pushed in a little bit.
Yeah. That squared up right there.
It did square it up some, and I saw you decrease the distance between the connectors on the H2 side.
H2 side.
Yeah. It feels soft touch.
Really? Yeah, I think that is right there. Not a huge confirmation feel, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Chris and Bob, I'm back with you after the handover. Let me know when you're ready for PGT settings.
Okay, I'm ready for PGT settings.
Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Okay, Alpha 7, clockwise 2 is set.
Copy. You'll be going to the H2 scoop. Confirm the socket tape line is flush, and you're driving a torque 16 to 17 turns.
Okay, the socket tape line is flush. Driving, I see the indicator moving.
Battery is moving in.
Seventeen turns. 9.5 foot-pounds, green torquing light, and the indicator shows locked.
Copy, Chris. That's a good install. You can stow your PGT, and then we'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from both of you.
You can go first, Bob, while I get myself suited.
Okay, my hap is still baseline. My right glove looks pristine. And my left glove has got a little bit of a smudging as before, but otherwise pristine, and both gauntlets are up.
Copy. Good checks, Bob.
And EV1.
Copy. Good checks, Bob.
EV1, hap, dry, gauntlets in place. And gloves are pristine. I also have a little bit of black smudging, like Bob mentioned.
Copy that, Chris.
With that, I'm going to remove my red. Or actually, I'm taking these scoops with me, so.
A-firm, you're taking the scoops with you, so you can leave the red on. So you can leave the red on.
Okay, both scoops removed.
Copy that, Chris. If you can check that your ingress aid and tethers are clear, you can give SSRMS the go to go to the published EPA alpha position.
Okay, Doug, radio check.
Loud and clear, Chris.
All right, I am clear, tether's clear. Bob can double check me.
I verify you're clear.
And you have a go to your published position, Doug.
Okay, copy. We'll put over to worksite alpha in work.
I'm going to look down at the GoPro, Chris. Got a bunch of scoops on your front.
Yep.
Now an hour and 33 minutes into today's spacewalk, recapping some of the milestones so far today. Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken placed their suits on internal battery power, marking the official start of today's spacewalk at 6:32 a.m. Central Time. The first nickel hydrogen battery was released, and the crew worked together to move it over to the external pallet for disposal. And just a few minutes ago, the battery from slot number 1 was installed in slot X on the external pallet for disposal.
Good motion.
Doug Hurley now at the controls of the robotic arm, and the arm will maneuver to place Cassidy in front of the first new battery in slot A. Again, there's NASA astronaut Doug Hurley at the controls of the robotic arm.
And we're about to enter a night pass.
Just.
Again, the robotic arm is now being maneuvered to place Chris Cassidy in front of the first new battery in slot A. After placing scoops to create handholds, the crew will remove the battery and translate it back to the truss to install it in empty slot number 1.
Okay, let's hold that for a second. You can, actually, you know what, before you do your brakes, I think it's going to be low for my GT. Can you come up 5 pallet up towards my head, 15 centimeters?
Okay, copy. Pallet. Zenith, 15 centimeters. Maneuver.
That's a begin GCA.
Copy, begin GCA. Here comes the maneuver. That was 15.
Stop there, NGCA, thank you very much.
NGCA.
All right, Jaws. Oops.
And I didn't catch it. Are brakes on?
Brakes are on.
Okay, copy. So, Chris, for H1, we'll be going to the 2 o'clock. That's down and slightly to the right.
All right, copy that. Confirmed locked. H1, 2 o'clock, down slightly to the right.
Okay, for H2, you'll be going to 3 o'clock, which is straight down, and you'll stay redded to that scoop.
Copy. H2 coming straight down. Keep my rep. Confirmed locked. H2, 9 o'clock straight down. Or 3 o'clock straight down.
Copy. And can we get the serial number on that battery?
0025.
All right, good serial number. You can break out your PGT. It'll be Alpha 7 Counter 2.
Alpha 7. Counterclockwise 2 is set.
Copy. And Chris, can you confirm your red is still on H2, correct?
It is not. Check Jaws, perfect. Headed. Tape is seated. The head of H1, and I'm waiting on your go.
And Chris, H1 is actually already released, so we'll be going to H2. Confirm the socket tape line is flush. I'm looking for 19 turns.
19 turns. Tape line is flush. 19 turns, here we go, H2.
I see the battery moving out from the pallet.
Copy. It's 10 for 19. Nine, 19, same as Bob, I got the hop at around 17. Went to the full 19, indicator is in unlocked position.
Copy, Chris, good release. You can stow the PGT. And end state, as you hand this off to Bob, you're going to want to hand off H1 to Bob, and Bob, you'll end up redded to H1 in the red swap.
Thanks, Jeff.
Copy all. PGT stowed. All right, Bob, confirm you're ready.
I am ready.
Pulling it out, presenting H1 to you. I have the ret right now, coming out.
You're clear. Just come down. If you could stay redded to it.
I'm ready to it.
Okay.
I have control, I have a red.
Okay. I have a red as well. I have control now.
You have control, you have the red, removing my red.
Okay, with that, Chris, you can egress to APFR and start heading back to the IEA.
All right, copy that.
I'm going to let you egress, and if you take the inboard route, we'll work together to rotate the battery just to make sure we keep the fins safe as we get past this APFR and get the fins pointed outboard.
Copy all.
Chris, we've lost your WDS. Before you take the battery back, could you check the button?
Sure thing. Green light.
And we have your WDS back. Thanks, Chris.
All right, Bob.
And the crew has now removed the new lithium-ion battery from slot A and will now translate it back to the truss to install it in empty slot number 1.
All right, my wrist is going to run out of...
And I've got control of the battery.
You've got control. I have control ready to rotate.
Just want to get it down below the P.
Copy that. All right, I have control. You have the red.
Okay, I have control. You have control. I have the red, and I'm going to come off my BRT.
Copy that.
I have control.
You have control
Of the battery. Connector cap doesn't help.
No, it doesn't. I have control.
You have control of the battery. I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery. I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery.
The little ones are barely enough room to put my hands.
Yeah, I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery. I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery. I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery. Evaluating of.
It went up on top there to 2032.
Yep, that's going.
Yep.
You have control of the battery.
Copy, you have control of the battery. Okay, I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery. I have control of the battery.
You have control.
And the crew is now in process transferring that new lithium-ion battery from slot A back to the truss to install it in empty slot number 1.
So let's see. What's your next move?
My next move is probably for you to get to the. Can you get to this handrail I've got my hand on right now?
Yeah, if you still have control?
I still have control.
Okay, I have control.
Okay, and so at this point, you could get a ret on there.
Yep, all right, then you take control back.
I've got control.
Okay. I'm confirmed redded.
Okay.
And I have control.
Okay, I'm going to remove my ret.
I agree.
Okay, do you need to do anything before I ingress the APFR?
Bob, you just need to check that the gap spanner is clear of slot 1.
Okay, the gap spanner is clear of slot 1.
I don't know if I have the leverage to maneuver myself up. If you can take it.
I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery. Both tabs are out. Grab onto this.
You'll continue to hear the acronym RET throughout the spacewalk today. RET stands for Retractable Equipment Tethers, and those RETs are used to hold varying equipment in place while the crew works through spacewalk procedures.
Good, nice, perfect.
Okay, well, the gap spanner is clear. I'm ready to ingress the APFR.
Copy, Bob.
Probably have to just move the battery as you need to.
Am I putting your arm in a restroom?
I'm still good.
Okay.
You got room?
You'll have the best view. Okay, I'm ingressed.
Copy, Bob. If you can check your ingress aid is tucked and tethers are clear, then we'll take an inspection of the IAA receptacle.
The ingress grate is tucked. The IEA receptacle looks clear. The fins are straight. No FOD. The electrical connector looks good as well.
Copy.
My arm's in a bit of a singularity.
Okay, I have control.
You have control. Oh, okay.
And Bob, you'll want H2 inboard, and you want to inspect or present the battery, the bottom to Bob, or to Chris rather, for an inspection of the connector pins, FOD, and EMI band.
I'll be right there, Bob.
Okay.
Let's see. Connectors have no FOD. I can see the EMI band is intact. Fins look straight. Fins on the back, nice. Everything's good.
Copy, good inspection.
I've got control of the gap spanner. The gap spanner is free and clear.
Okay, Bob, you look to soft dock the battery onto H2 with H2 inboard.
Okay, I got the H2 inboard, and should we swap reps prior to that?
Yeah, you'll want...
Good if you just want to put it in there.
Yeah, over to you.
Whatever you want, Bob.
Okay. I am ready to it.
You're ready to it? Copy that. Got it.
I believe we're a soft dock. It looks equal to me on both sides.
I agree. Looks straight and orthogonal.
Okay, great. Chris, you can transfer your PGT with a 6-inch to Bob. Bob's settings are alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Okay, alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Good settings. You'll be going to H2, confirm the socket tape line is flush, and drive 16 to 17 turns.
Okay, I'm on H2, tape line is flush, and 16 to 17 turns. Here we go.
There we go. Battery's going in.
Looks like it's going in smooth. The indicator was a little bit jumpy.
Yeah. Relative to the
Approaching 2 hours into today's spacewalk, recapping some of the milestones so far, Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken placed their suits on internal battery power, marking the official start of today's spacewalk at 6:32 a.m. Central Time. The first nickel hydrogen battery was released from slot number 1, and the crew worked together to move it over to the external pallet to install it in slot X for disposal. The crew then removed the new lithium-ion battery from slot A and translated it back to the truss, and they're now working to install that new lithium-ion battery in empty slot number 1.
Status indicator is locked.
Copy, locked. It'll be the same settings, alpha 7, clockwise 2 for H1. As I say that, we're 2 hours into the EVA. The limiting consumable is MEDOX on both at 6:40, and you're 1 hour ahead of timeline.
Copy,
Josh. Thank you.
Rick, I recognize that H1 is just captured on here. It's not locked. Could I pass you the PGT?
Yes, certainly.
And you just heard from Ground IV Jasmine Mugbelly, informing the crew that they are working about an hour ahead of schedule today.
H1 is verified locked.
Copy, Bob. So it'll be same settings, alpha 7, clockwise 2 to H1. Confirm the socket tape line's flush. You're driving 4 to 5.5 turns.
Okay, same settings. Tape line is flush. Here we go. Indicator's moving. About 4.5 turns. Indicator is just, the black line lines up with the lock on the indicator here, not the white line or the metal piece. Green light, 9.1 on the torque. Got it? Rick?
Got it. Got it.
Flashback to...
Yeah, Rick.
Okay. Copy, Bob. You can hand that PGT back to Chris and release the RET from the scoop.
Rick has the PGT.
Thanks, Dave.
Okay, Tommy. Okay, the red is released from the battery.
Copy. With that, we'll start moving on to getting battery 2 to the EP alpha slot. So, Bob, you'll be relocating the APFR to WIF 26. It'll be a clocking of 12. And Chris will have you relocate those 2 scoops down 1 to battery 2.
Okay.
Okay, I'll egress the APFR.
What's H1 clock, scoop clocking?
For battery 2, it'll be 2 o'clock, down and slightly to the right.
Okay, that is in and clocked at 2 o'clock, and I can visually confirm that.
And the new lithium-ion battery from slot A has now been installed in slot number 1. The crew will now work to remove the battery in slot number 2 and translate over to the external pallet.
And for the scoop to H2, it'll be at the 3 o'clock, straight down.
Roger.
As I am tethered to the APFR, I'm going to release it.
H2, 3 o'clock straight down, confirmed locked, good wiggle, and a scoop.
Okay, Chris, with that, you can retrieve the ratchet wrench and position yourself, we recommend, on the outboard edge of the IEA to assist with PGT ops. And if you want to check that gap spanner is clear of slot 2 in the, as well, that would be great.
Okay, the gap spanner is clear.
Okay, Jaws, the APFR is relocated to WIF 26. Black on black, good pull test, good twist test, and the pitch knob is verified out.
Copy, and settings 12, Quebec, Quebec, Juliet 12.
12 on the clocking, Quebec, Quebec. Coming to Juliet now on the roll.
Copy.
And H1 torque is broken.
Copy, Chris. And you can move on to H2.
Juliet 12 is set. I'm going to release my RET from the APFR.
Copy, Bob. And once you do that, you can ingress the APFR, make sure the ingress aid is tucked, and your tethers are clear, and then we'll take the serial number.
H2 torque broken, serial number 0076.
Copy H2 and good serial number. Thanks, Chris.
Bob, if you agree, I'm going to not go to the outer edge, kind of hang over here.
Chris,
Do you think? Battles?
I think it's going to be fine for you.
Yeah, I think so too.
Most important thing is for you to get a good, stable position.
Yep. And I've got a BRT. Based on our knowledge now of your APFR, don't have to hop around it. I'm going to stay up here a little high.
Okay.
And we'll see if you can get on the other side of it.
Copy.
And Bob, just ensure you have a ret to H2.
Will do.
Hold the PGT.
I've got it.
Okay.
I am ready to H2.
Okay, copy. I see you've got the PGT settings are Alpha 7, counter 2.
Alpha 7, counter 2, H1.
Hold on, it's stuck on the PGT battery. There we go.
Affirm.
Here's the battery.
Go ahead, Joss.
Oh, no, sorry. I was just saying, yep, H1. You'll confirm socket tape line flush and looking to release with about 8 turns.
Copy. Not the best Velcro on that.
Yeah.
Okay, the socket line is flush. Alpha 7, counter 2 for H1. Here it comes. Indicators moving. It popped out and unlocked at a little over 5. So I put 8 turns into it. The indicator shows unlocked.
Copy. Same settings for H2, Alpha 7, counter 2. You'll confirm the socket tape line flush and release H2 approximately 19 turns.
Okay. Here comes 19 turns on H2. The tape line is flush. Indicators moving.
I see the battery jacking out.
I agree.
Again, the crew is now working to remove the battery in slot number 2 and will then translate over to the external pallet.
There's 19 turns. The indicator shows beyond unlocked. I didn't quite have the same feeling of it being all the way loose and jumping, but got the PGT?
I have the PGT.
Okay, copy. And just a heads up, you're going into a day pass in about a minute.
Okay, I'm going to configure my visor then before I pull the battery out. Thanks for that call.
And the battery has officially been removed from slot number 2.
All right, let's see. Trying to assess how big of a reach, which scoop I want.
I'm tethered to H2, so I kind of need to give you H1.
Okay.
Which is the far one, so I'm going to pull it out and spin it.
All right, I think I'm in a good config. BRT'd. I think my tether can't be on the gap spanner. Is that true, Joss?
Yeah, A-firm, and you'll want to make sure any fair leads are released.
No fair leads exist. And, all right. I'm ready, Bob.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, not much of a soft talk on this one.
And Bob, you'll want to hand off H1 to Chris.
Copy.
I have control.
Okay. But you put a red on it.
All right, you take control back.
I've got control.
Here's my ret. And I have control.
Okay. You have control. I'm going to release my ret.
Roger.
Okay. Going to egress the APFR.
Copy that.
It's just like Jaws predicted.
Yep, there it is. And a max reach here.
Okay. I have the battery.
You have the battery. Local tethered. Setting up myself. Do you want me to go a little bit farther?
Yeah, can you go one more?
Yeah.
Just go ahead and hold. Can you take control for a second?
I have control.
And I'll just move to the other side of the APFR.
There you go.
Yeah, I have control.
I have control. I have control.
Okay, you have control. Yeah, I have control.
You have control.
Be nice to move that adapter plate in the daylight. Better view of it as I translate.
Yeah.
It's hard to keep track of the thing on your BRT if it's dark.
I have control.
You have control of the battery. Can't go very far. Okay. I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery. I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery.
It's a hash marked one, careful.
Okay.
Yep, that's secure, nice.
I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery. I have control of the battery.
Copy.
A little wonky wrist angle here.
Okay. Yeah, I have control of the battery.
Okay, you have control of the battery. I have control of the battery.
Copy. I have control of the battery.
You have control. Okay, I'm even with the APFR. I have control of the battery.
Copy. You have control of the battery.
Make it to your BRT spot.
I think I can get
a little bit more.
tether there, but I might need to.
A little bit more for the BRT.
Yeah.
And we're in a short handover period between satellites right now, but should be regaining these communications here shortly. For size reference on the batteries and adapter plates the crew will be handling today, the adapter plate is 40 inches by 37 inches by 8 inches with a mass of 75 pounds. The nickel hydrogen batteries being replaced today are 40 inches by 37 inches by 19 inches with a mass of 364 pounds. And the new lithium ion batteries are 40 inches by 37 inches by 19 inches with a mass of 428 pounds.
Okay, I have a ret on the battery. Let me get it so that it's retracting. Okay, I'm reted and I have control of the battery.
You have control. I'm removing my ret.
That's good.
My ret is removed. And you're ready, Bob? I'll get in the APFR.
I am ready.
And Chris, while you work that, I have one caution for both of you if you're ready.
Ready.
When braking
You know, it would
torque...
be helpful, Rick. I'm sorry, Jaws. Could you pause for a second, Jaws? Chris, could you move your waist tether, like, fairly a little bit?
The waist tether?
Sorry, your safety tether?
Let's see here.
Yeah, you kind of were taking mine with you at the same time, so that's what I was seeing. Okay, it's in a good config.
Is it? Looks like it's wrapped around my leg.
Yeah, take both your legs forward, and you'll be clear.
Good?
Clear.
Roger.
Sorry, Jaws.
No worries. And Chris, also a reminder that you wanted to make sure your access to the Ratchet Wrench and PGT were good as you ingressed.
Great reminder.
And for that caution, when braking torque, apply less than 55 pounds force. How copy?
55 pounds of force. Less than. Okay, I feel in.
Okay, you look into me.
Look into you. And I'm preparing my ret.
Okay, Chris, just a reminder to check your ingress aids tucked, tethers are clear, and you're going to end up with your BRT ret to the battery tether point.
Okay. I'm going to take any workstation for just a second. Okay.
And Chris Cassidy is now set up in his foot restraint. He will then place the battery from slot number 2 on his BRT, or body restraint tether. Cassidy will then release the adapter plate underneath the battery and will remove the adapter plate and hand it over to Behnken. Behnken will then translate back to the truss to install the adapter plate in open slot number 2. At the same time, Cassidy is putting the old battery in the slot he had just emptied for disposal.
Chris, you want H1 stowed in your BRT.
Okay, copy.
And Chris, just go ahead and move a little bit further away from the pallet there. If you could, your ingress aid probably could.
Yeah, it's a little stuck.
Pull it back. Pull the battery back.
All right, battery's coming back.
Okay. Kind of just gently nudging the ORU back up at the top. Yeah. Okay. You're clear.
All right, John. So let me set back up with you and talking about the BRT. Review those steps, please.
Yeah, from Chris. So your BRT red should be to the battery tether point, and you want H1 stowed in your BRT.
Okay. Working on the ret. Okay, my BRT ret is on the center battery tether point.
Copy.
And H1 onto my BRT. Both paddles are out. I have a ret.
Okay, copy that, Chris. Once you get that in a good position, we'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check for both of you.
Okay, copy.
Both of my gloves are pristine. Hap is still baseline, and gauntlets are both up.
Good checks, Bob.
Okay, I have dry baseline. Gauntlets are in place and up, and no change to the gloves. Great.
Copy, Chris. Okay, Chris, you'll attach your...
BRT. Battery's BRT. Go ahead, John, sorry.
Oh, copy that, Chris. You'll be attaching a ret to the adapter plate heater mat tether point.
Okay. Doug, you there?
I'm here, Chris.
All right, I'm going to need a GCA, so let's begin the GCA and bring the pallet towards me. Go with 30 centimeters to start.
Okay, towards you 30 centimeters. We'll need good clearance with your APFR. And just a heads up on that grapple fixture. I think you're far enough to the right to be okay, but we'll bring it in towards you 30.
In towards me 30, copy the grapple fixture, that's in sight, and no issue.
Okay, here comes motion in 30.
Copy that.
Understand good motion?
It's hard for me to perceive it now. I see it. Good motion.
Copy, good motion.
Five more. Okay, Doug.
Okay, motion stopped.
Reassess before we end it.
Okay.
All right, that's good. NGCA.
The NGCA, brakes are coming on. Brakes are on, you're clear to maneuver.
Copy that. All right, Josh, my tether is on the adapter plate.
Copy, Chris. You'll grab the ratchet wrench with the hex driver, and you'll be going to H1 first.
Ratchet. H1 on my left.
Okay, firm. You'll confirm one line flush, and then brake torque less than 1 turn.
There's one line flush. Torque is broken on H1. Less than 1 turn, about a quarter.
Copy, quarter turn. You'll do the same for H2, looking for one line flush again, brake torque less than 1 turn.
There's one line flush.
Now 2 hours and 30 minutes into today's spacewalk, recapping the milestones so far. Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken placed their suits on internal battery power, marking the official start of today's spacewalk at 6:32 a.m. Central Time. The first nickel-hydrogen battery was released from slot 1, and the crew worked together to move it over to the external pallet to install it in slot X for disposal. The crew then removed the new lithium-ion battery from slot A and translated it back to the truss where they installed it in empty slot number 1. The new lithium-ion battery from slot A was installed in slot number 1. The crew then worked to remove the battery in slot number 2 and translated it over to the external pallet where they are now. Chris Cassidy is now working to release the adapter plate underneath the battery and will then hand it to Bob Behnken. Behnken will then translate back to the truss to install the adapter plate in open slot number 2. At the same time, Cassidy is putting the old battery in the slot he just emptied for disposal.
There's 8 turns complete. Bolt was hopping on the shoulder the last 1.5 turns.
Copy, same settings, Alpha 7, counter 2 for H2, confirm one line flush.
There's one line flush. Alpha 7 counter 2 is set.
Looking to release approximately 19 turns.
19 turns, here we go.
I see the adapter plate moving away from the EP.
I concur. There's 19 turns. The bolt was hopping the last 2 turns.
Copy, Chris.
Released.
With that, you can switch the PGT power off, that's to the left, and stow it back to the ORU bag.
GT power is off.
And just a heads up, as you remove this adapter plate and transfer it to Bob, Bob, your RET is actually going to go where Chris's currently is. It will fit too, but Chris, your RET may be extended pretty far, so just be cautious of that as you hand it off.
Copy that. Ready, Bob?
I'm ready.
And Bob, you'll want your BRT RET to go to that tether point.
And Cassidy is now removing that adapter plate to hand it to Behnken.
Here you are. Closer.
I'm ready to it.
Copy.
Here comes your RET.
Just let it go. Got it.
Okay.
And Bob, you'll stow the adapter plate on your BRT.
Control. Copy.
Right, Bob, you have control and you have the RET.
I have control and I have the RET.
I'm releasing.
Okay.
I'm going to need to verse the GCA with Doug, so Jonathan, Bob, when you guys are synced up with talking, then I'll take the comm with Bob, with Doug.
Get the BRT onto the adapter plate. Okay, that's complete.
Copy, Bob. With that, you can translate to the IAA, and I don't have any comms for you, so I'm good for the GCA if you are, Bob.
Yeah, let me get clear, Chris.
Okay, copy. No pinching.
And the adapter plate just taken out by Chris Cassidy is now in the hands of Bob Behnken, who will now translate back to the truss to install the adapter plate in open slot number 2, while Cassidy installs the old battery in the slot he just emptied for disposal.
Here I go.
Copy. Guys, does it help me get ahead anything if I put stuff in the ORU bag now for that rotation if we end up going that route?
Checking. Chris, stand by one, and I'll get back to you on that. Okay, Chris, to answer your question, how we're proceeding on timeline, it looks like we'll be able to go to that first portion of EVA2 entirely. So with that, we would not need to rotate the EP, so you should not need to do anything.
Okay, copy. And I did just put my trash bag into the MORU bag with the ret.
Copy.
Okay, Doug, you there? We're gonna reverse that GPA and go away from me like 30 centimeters.
Okay, copy that. You want motion station forward or pallet away from you 30 centimeters. Stand by.
Okay, firm.
Here comes motion.
Copy. It's good motion.
Good motion.
Okay, Jaws, I will ingress the APFR.
Okay, that maneuver is complete. Anything else?
Yeah, hold that. I might need it. I just want to assess the battery. We removed the adapter plate, so the distance is a little different.
Copy. Standing by. Brakes are still off, so no working on the pallet.
Copy that.
Chris, you get free to pass a couple words to Bob.
Yes, NGCA for now.
Copy. NGCA.
Don't do your brakes yet.
Okay, Bob, I see you're getting in the APFR. You just want to make sure that the gap spanner is clear, slot 2, and you can reach the PGT with the hex driver as you do that.
Thanks, Jaws. Gap spanner is clear. And I have ingressed the APFR.
Okay, Doug. This is good. You can do your brakes.
Okay, copy that. NGCA. Brakes are on. You're clear to maneuver.
Copy that. Coming in.
And my PGT is accessible.
And Chris, I think I copied you're done with the GCA, so you're going to retrieve the batteries from the BRT with H2 in your right hand, and you'll soft dock it, and then PGT settings are alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Okay, 7, clockwise 2.
And Bob, for you, once you make sure your ingress aid is tucked and your tethers are clear, you can inspect the IEA bolts and blind mate connectors.
The IEA bolts look clear to me. There's a little bit of scuffing on the H2 side. Maybe that's just a lubricant on the outer housing.
Okay, yep, and I've confirmed there is a lubricant there. And so looking for
H2.
no FOD and good EMI band and blind mate connectors. Copy, Chris.
Yep, just getting a good body position to see that. Good EMI band and no FOD in the connectors. Two connectors.
Again, Cassidy is now working to install the old battery in the slot he just emptied for disposal, while Bob Behnken translates back to the truss to install the adapter plate in open slot number 2.
Okay. Green torquing light. 17 turns. I see the indicators in locked. Feels secure.
And Chris, could you say the torque again?
9.1 on the actual torque.
Copy, 9.1. With that, you could stow the PGT, release the RET, and egress the APFR.
Copy all.
Okay, good EMI band, no FOD in the electrical connectors or the 2-bolt interfaces on the battery adapter plate. On the upside,
Copy, Bob.
flip it over to the downside.
A-firm, you want the blind mate connectors oriented station inboard, and you'll soft dock the adapter plate into slot 2.
Copy.
Does any work with scoops?
Checking. Negative, Chris. You can leave the scoops where they are.
Copy that. I'm egressing.
Okay, the adapter plate is soft docked.
Copy that, Bob. You can retrieve the PGT with the hex driver. That's the one that's on battery 4, and settings will be alpha 7, clockwise 2. And Chris, for you, as you get back on structure, you'll want to prepare the EP for translation. So make sure the ingress aid is stowed towards the boot plate and tethers are clear. And then once you're 5 feet clear of the external pallet, you can give SSRMS the go to maneuver to the EP Bravo position.
Okay. The ingress aid is against the boot plate. Okay, Doug. I am well clear. No tethers, no interference. You're clear to move.
Copy, Chris. Clear the work site. Here comes the maneuver to EP work site Bravo. It'll be another starboard maneuver, about a little over a meter.
Okay, copy.
Okay, guys, I've got alpha 7 set and clockwise 2 set. I'm getting ready to drive on H2.
A-firm H2, you'll confirm 1 line flush, looking for 16 to 17 turns.
1 line flush. For 16 to 17 turns. Here we go. Okay, 17 and a half turns, green light, 9.6 on the torque for H2.
Copy, Bob. Same settings, Alpha 7, clockwise 2 for H1. You'll confirm 2 lines, one of them flush.
And Cassidy just completed the work to install the old battery in the slot that was emptied for disposal, and Behnken is still working to install the adapter plate in open slot number 2 on the truss.
Confirmed 2 lines, one of them flush, verified, and can you say again number of turns?
It'll be 4.5 to 5.5 turns.
Okay, so 5 turns, green light, 9.0 on the torque.
Copy, Bob. You can tend that PGT with the hex driver back to the crew lock bag and then unlock and release the red.
Copy. And Chris, I had to leave the adjustable on the battery there, so to move over here, I couldn't reach that other hook, so I'll let you take this.
Got it. And it's adjustable.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah. And then that could go to the crew lock bag, is what Jaws said.
Coming off of battery 4. Yeah, adjustable.
And Jaws, can you verify we removed the adjustable from with the PGT to take it back to the crew lock bag?
A-firm. You can remove the adjustable.
Okay. So the adjustable stays with the PGT.
Stays with the PGT.
Yeah, you'll leave the adjustable on the PGT, so the PGT with the adjustable will go back to the crew lock bag.
And that's complete. All right, John, I'm just arriving at the work site and looking to tag out.
Okay, copy, Chris. So next, we'll be working the TA clamps and the AP connectors. Bob, over to you if you prefer to egress the APFR, and if there's room for both of you to work it. We're releasing 3 TA clamps and demating the adapter plate connector.
I'm going to go ahead and egress the APFR and then release the TA clamps. And we're just taking this electrical connector to release it from J4. Are we ready for that yet? Yep, to the battery up there at J4.
Yep, A-firm. And the cap also needs to be moved from the lithium-ion battery.
You want to take the cap off, Chris? I'll get the TA clamps, get the cap, and then I'll pass you the electrical connector.
J4 cap is removed.
And that cap's going to be going to the adapter plate where Bob's removing that connector.
Roger that.
TA clamps are removed. got the electrical connector.
I've got the electrical connector. Actually, can you hold it for a second? I need to get myself in a good position. All right.
Just to recap the last task completed by the crew, the new lithium-ion battery from slot A was installed in slot number 1. The crew then worked to remove the battery in slot number 2 and translated it over to the external pallet, where Cassidy removed an adapter plate and handed it off to Behnken. Behnken then translated to the truss to install the adapter plate in open slot number 2, while Cassidy then installed the old battery in the slot that was emptied for disposal. Next, together on the integrated electronics assembly, Cassidy and Behnken will place a cable between the adapter plate and the new battery to complete the circuit.
Gap spanner is clear. Needed over center. I see the blue lines lined up.
Copy, good connection, and that connector cap that you took off will go on the adapter plate.
Okay.
And the connector cap is reinstalled on the adapter plate.
Copy. With that, we'll take glove, hat, and gauntlet checks from both of you.
And once that cable between the adapter plate and the new battery are complete to complete the circuit, one of the 3 battery pairs will be complete.
Copy, Chris.
All good. All good.
Gauntlets are up for EV2. Good hat check. And gloves still look to be in good shape.
Okay, good checks, Bob. Okay, next, big picture, we're going to be moving the battery from slot 3 onto the adapter plate you just installed in slot 2. So, Chris, if you can verify the PGT with the hex driver is clear of slot 3 and that the adapter plate...
Before we get started on that, Jaws, I'm sorry, before we get started on that, Chris, what do you think about that electrical cable? It's kind of right on. We're going to... Maybe we can put a twist in it or something, or...
Yeah, it's kind of,
And if you want to put a twist in it, stand by. Do not disconnect it right now.
Copy.
I think we can hold it out of the way if that's what we need to do. I just wanted to...
Okay, so definitely we got to watch it.
Could also just adjustable it out of the way there on the scoop there and clean that up later.
Yeah, we see you're using the bumper right now. If that holds, you're good, or you can use an adjustable or whatever else you need to hold it out of the way.
What do you think?
If you think it's good and we've got 2 people, we just may have to stay here until we get it locked. I think that's I think it's going to stay.
I think it's going to stay. Yeah.
Okay, I'm ready for APFR settings, Josh.
Okay, you're going to roll the APFR to Foxtrot. And Chris, for you, I see you've already checked that connector cable, and then just making sure the PGT with the hex driver is clear of slot 3, and then you can reposition to the outboard radiator side of the IEA for the PGT transfer and to assist Bob if he needs it.
All right. Yeah, PGT, block bag, clear.
Copy.
Got the top spanner to deal with, Bob.
Okay. We can
slide it around.
And I see, Bob, you're working that gap spinner, and Chris, we're going to want your RET attached to the battery tether point for the battery in slot 3.
Okay. Copy that. I have a RET.
see that you're routed to the battery.
Yep.
Copy, Chris. And Bob, once you're ingress, make sure the ingress aid's tucked, your tethers are clear, and then we'll take a serial number.
Copy. Ingress aid is tucked. Serial number is 0091.
Copy, good serial number. Chris, you can hand the ratchet wrench to Bob. And Bob, you'll be going to H1 first.
Right ahead of myself.
You want to do H1 since you're right in front of you?
I can. I just need to reconfigure my body. Okay, that tape looks place or down and seated.
Good to me.
H1 torque broken.
Copy, H1's broken. Go to H2, same thing, confirm socket tape line flush, less than 1 turn.
H2. Socket tape is flush. Torque is broke.
Copy. And with that, we're 3 hours into the EVA. Limiting consumable is Medox on Bob at 6:30, and you're about an hour and 30 minutes ahead on the timeline. So with that, we still expect to be able to get the first block of EVA2 done with battery A to EP Bravo and adapter plate Bravo to slot 4 on the IEA.
Okay, we copy all. Thanks for that big picture.
Okay, PGT settings are Alpha 7, counter 2.
Alpha 7, counter 2.
You'll go to H1, confirm the socket tape line is flush, and looking for 8 turns.
Socket tape line is flush. Comes to turns. Indicator's moving. There's 8 turns. It started clicking about 5 turns, so it should be well released.
Okay, and indicators unlocked?
Indicator is unlocked.
Copy, same settings, Alpha 7, counter
Now
2.
3 hours into today's spacewalk, the crew is running an hour and a half ahead of the original timeline. With one of the 3 battery pairs complete, Behnken and Cassidy will now move to slot 3 to remove the next aging battery. This battery will be stowed on the adapter plate in slot 2, where it is no longer needed to function. And you just heard Ground IV Jasmine McBelly tell the crew they're considering tackling the first block of EVA2, running this far ahead of schedule.
Is this smooth?
There's 19 turns. I believe it's unlocked. The indicator shows unlocked.
Copy. You can hand that PGT back to Chris and remove the battery from soft dock. Chris, you can stow the PGT back on your swing arm.
Okay, it's in work.
I'll pull it out once you're in a good position, Chris.
Yeah. GT load. Far enough away for you to get it out?
I think you probably need to move.
I think one more over.
Yeah. A little bit tricky because I'm kind of biased towards the H2 side with this APFR setting. I have to go there too far, but just enough to be clear.
All right.
Okay.
Tell me when you want me to grab it.
Okay, you can take it.
Okay.
You got it?
I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery.
Okay, Bob, you're going to make sure your ingress aid's tucked, and then you're rolling the APFR into position to put you in front of H2 of the adapter plate you just installed on slot 2.
Copy.
Cable come up?
Yep.
Send the cable once you get back in there and sit.
Yeah, I'm back in.
Bob, you'll check the gap spanner is clear and the ingress aid is clear of slot 2.
The ingress aid is clear, and we'll make sure that once I get the battery from Chris, we'll control a little bit of the gap spanner.
Behnken and Cassidy have now removed the aging battery from slot 3. This battery will now be stowed on the adapter plate in slot 2, where it is no longer needed to function.
It's kind of all fins on this side.
Okay. Let's see. I'm in a bit of a... There we go. You get it? Thank you.
Okay, let me reposition you can come off. I've got control.
You have control.
If you can just take control for a second, I'll flip my wrist.
Yep, I have control.
You have control? Okay, I have control.
You have control. Work into position here.
And Bob, you want H2 in your right hand or station inboard. You're going to soft dock the battery onto H2. And for your essay, we're going to have a handover in about 30 seconds.
All right, Bob, I've got the cable, I've got the gap spanner.
Okay.
On back. A little down. About 8 inches towards your feet. There you go. Looks lined up. You're lined up.
Again, Behnken and Cassidy have removed the aging battery from slot 3. This battery will now be stowed on the adapter plate in slot 2, where it is no longer needed to function. Cassidy and Behnken will return to the pallet to retrieve battery B, and they'll translate back to the truss and together install it in empty slot number 3.
know if you want me to put my hands on it and help, or I don't want to interact. Okay, I think that's lined up.
That's definitely not going on. How about, can you BRT to that,
BRT to the scoop?
To that scoop?
Yeah.
I think I'm going to have to come out of the APFR and go to the
Other side?
other side.
Okay, copy, stand by.
It's going in. Yep, it's going smooth.
It's just been a little bit of a kink there.
Yeah. Yeah, nice and smooth, going in.
Yeah, it's traveling smooth to me.
Yep, I agree.
Okay, there's lock, torque out, green light, 9.4, 16 and a half turns.
Copy, Bob. Same settings, Alpha 7, clockwise 2 for H1, looking for 4 to 5.5 turns.
Copy on H1, 4 to 5.5 turns on Alpha 7, clockwise 2. Here it comes. Four and a half turns, green light, 9 on the torque, 0.0.
Copy, and status indicator?
It is locked.
Okay, you can hand that PGT back to Chris to stow on his swing arm and release the RET.
Chris has the PGT and here's your red.
All right. I'll just take this scoop straight in front of me.
Okay. And should I collect the scoop in front of me as well, Bess?
We're taking the scoop from H1 only. And that's going to be going over
H1
to
only.
the
Okay.
DCSU.
I have the scoop from H1.
You want me to put the scoop back on H2? You can move it to someplace.
Checking.
After I got the scoop, can I egress the APFR?
Affirm, Bob, you can egress. We're going to be relocating that scoop to the DCSU and rolling the APFR to Foxtrot.
Copy.
Jaws, confirm you want me to leave this scoop on H2. I already have it off. I'll put it back on if that's what you'd like.
We're looking for the next location for it. Stand by.
That self-talk is a little bit, yeah, it's kind of there, but it doesn't engage very far.
Yeah. It's not obviously.
It's definitely not obviously. You're trapping ingress aid there right underneath your belly.
Oh, sorry about that.
Oh, I moved it on you.
And Chris, you can either leave the H2 scoop there if you think it's going to be needed for body positioning, or you can move it to battery 4 at H1.
Okay, battery 4H1.
It'll go 9 o'clock straight up.
And Jaws, just to verify, roll to Foxtrot, correct, for the APFR?
Affirm, Foxtrot.
And then what's my next? The scoop, correct?
And so that scoop that was off of H1 will go on the DCSU H2 at 9 o'clock or straight up.
Up.
Can I hand it to you?
Yeah.
It's right by your...
Absolutely. Straight.
Straight up. I agree. I'll check the checklist.
And we're in a short handover period between satellites right now, but we should be regaining video and audio communication with the crew here shortly.
It's straight up.
Okay.
9 o'clock relative to the doghouse, I think, is down.
It's
Look at the checklist.
Battery, it should be down. I think you're correct.
Yeah, it's correct.
Battery 4 both go down.
Yep, I agree.
Is that correct, Jaws?
yeah, Affirm. Sorry, it's straight down at battery 4.
For both scoops.
All right, what's the next kind of big chunk, Jaws?
And Chris, the next big chunk, we're moving, so you'll both be heading over to the EP. We're going to be moving battery Bravo to slot 3.
Battery Bravo to spot 3. What is that?
They're clicking. Good work.
Put the lid on that?
Yeah.
I'll get out of your way.
Behnken and Cassidy have now removed the aging battery from slot 3 and installed it on the adapter plate in slot 2, where it is no longer needed to function. Cassidy and Behnken will now return to the external pallet to retrieve battery B, and they'll translate back to the truss and together install it in empty slot number 3.
It's on.
Yeah.
Battery Bravo to slot 3, so guess looking for a go to get in the APFR.
Okay, Chris, we're going to relocate some scoops first. So you are go to translate onto the EP, and you're going to be moving scoops from the battery in slot Alpha to the lithium-ion battery in slot Bravo.
Alpha Bravo. And the clocking.
Okay, Chris, for the battery in slot Bravo at H1, it'll be at the 9 o'clock or straight down.
Straight down relative to the pallet. H1 is in and locked.
Copy, Chris. For H2, it'll also be 9 o'clock straight down.
Copy, also 9 o'clock straight down. All right, I've ingressed the APFR. I'm working on H2 scoop.
Okay, Chris, can I have you just do a ingress aid check, tether's clear, and a serial number?
Serial number is 0024.
Copy, and you'll be reading to H2.
Heading to H2. That red is complete.
Okay, and PGT settings
And
are Alpha 7, counter 2.
Clear.
Copy.
All right, just double checking everything. I'm tethered. Hoops are locked. Ops ready. Alpha 7. Counterclockwise 2. Going to H1.
H2.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that. Already done.
And it'll be approximately 19 turns.
19 turns. Okay, Doug, I'm doing some work on your pallet.
You're clear. Brakes are on.
Okay, the tool is inserted to the tape line. I can feel it's on the socket. And copy 19 turns.
A-firm.
Here we go. Worked out. There we go. First attempt worked out right away. Diving now.
Copy.
For 19.
Cassidy and Behnken are now working on the external pallet to retrieve battery B. They'll translate back to the truss and together install it in empty slot number 3.
It's working light. The unlock indicator is unlocked.
Copy, Chris. You can stow the PGT, and when Bob's ready, you can remove the battery, and you'll be transferring H1 to Bob with a RET swap.
Okay, H1 to Bob with a RET swap.
A-firm, we want Bob to end up redded to H1.
Okay, copy. In just a sec, my BGT Velcro came undone. Okay, BGT Velcro is secure. Ready, Bob?
Ready.
Coming out.
Out. I'm going to put a red on there.
Copy.
I am ready. Take the battery for a second.
I have the battery.
I will release my BRT. Okay, you've got the battery.
I have the control of the battery.
I have control of the battery.
You have control in releasing my RET. It's released, you have control. Copy.
And with that, Chris, you can...
Now coming up on 3.5 hours into today's spacewalk. Recapping some of the milestones so far today, Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken placed their suits on internal battery power, marking the official start of today's spacewalk at 6:32 a.m. Central Time. The first nickel hydrogen battery was released from slot number 1, and the crew worked together to move it over to the external pallet to install it in slot X for disposal. The crew then removed the new lithium-ion battery from slot A and translated it back to the truss, where they installed it in empty slot number 1. The new lithium-ion battery from slot A was installed in slot number 1, and the crew then worked to remove the battery in slot number 2 and translated it over to the external pallet, where Cassidy removed an adapter plate and handed it off to Behnken. Behnken translated to the truss to install the adapter plate in open slot 2, and Cassidy then installed the old battery in the slot that was emptied for disposal. Next, together on the integrated electronics assembly, Cassidy and Behnken placed a cable between the adapter plate and the new battery to complete the first of 3 circuits. Behnken and Cassidy then removed the aging battery from slot 3, which was then stowed on the adapter plate in slot 2, where it is no longer needed to function. Cassidy and Behnken just completed work on the external pallet to retrieve battery B, and they'll now translate back to the truss and together install it in empty slot number 3.
I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery. I have control of the battery.
Okay. You have control of the battery. I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery. I have control of the battery.
Okay. You have control. I have control of the battery.
You have control. I have control of the battery.
You have control.
Go ahead on 3.
I have control of the battery.
You have control. Go here, then back off a little bit.
Good.
Okay, I have control.
You have control. I have control.
You have control. You have control.
Okay. You have control. I'm going to put my local on the other side of the APFR.
Roger.
I have control.
You have control. I think I can go onto the ESU. What do you think? Is that a good spot?
Yeah, we need to get up there high, so.
Yeah, because this might be the one where you ingress your APFR next, right?
Yeah.
Going up there high.
And you probably need to take over the red.
Yeah, maybe take the red.
I've got the battery.
You've got the battery. I have a ret and I have control.
Okay, I'm going to release my red.
Copy that.
And Bob, prior to ingressing the APFR, you'll want to check that the gap spanner is clear of slot 3.
You have the battery and you have the red.
I have the battery, I have the ret.
It's kind of dark out here, Chris.
Yeah, it's kind of dark.
And I have a caution for both of you, since this is one of the slots with the interference. Avoid translation and BRT loads into a scoop on the H2 microsquare for lithium-ion batteries installed with bracket interference. And slot 3 is one of those slots.
Okay, copy.
Hey, Chris. I will still my ingress aid.
Okay, Bob, once you do that and check your tethers clear, we'll take an inspection of the IA receptacle.
You can pause there, Chris. Is that okay place?
Pausing.
We have the IEA receptacle. The electrical connectors are clear, no FOD. Pins look straight to me. There's a little bit of discoloration on the fins on the, I guess, aft portion, but it doesn't, it looks like just a discoloration in the center, about 1 inch long. I don't think it will be an interference.
Copy that, Bob. And EMI band?
EMI band looks good.
Okay, copy.
Okay,
And we're just checking quickly on that discoloration. but as you hand off the battery, H2 will end up outboard.
Okay, and Chris will need to inspect the underside of the battery, is that correct?
Yeah, Ephraim, you'll want to present the bottom to Chris for inspection of the blind mate connectors, FOD, and EMI band.
Okay. Maintain control, Chris. I'll put a ret on it.
I have control. Oh, go ahead. You go for the ret.
Okay, I have a ret. You can release your ret. I have control.
You have control. My ret's coming off. My ret's off. Are you taking it? All right. Checking it out. All the fins look good. Can't see the blind. It's in the left, which is kind of buried. Let me try to change my angle. Anyway, you can bring that blind mate side up a little bit. Sorry, I know it's tough.
That's about all I can do.
That's all you got. Okay, there, I got it. Good. 05, pins are good. EMI, all good. Okay, thanks.
Okay, copy, Chris. And are you in a good position to get us either WVS or some pictures of that discoloration?
If Bob is comfortable holding the battery there.
It almost looks like I took a Sharpie. See the middle of the halfmost fin.
Copy.
Where is it?
It's in the halfmost fin. I don't know if in the dark you're going to be able to get a picture.
Yeah, I don't see it. All right.
And the sun is coming up in 2 minutes.
All right, I got a bunch of pictures in this lighting configuration. If you want to wait for light, you can do that.
Checking. Okay, Chris, we're happy with that. So we'll just use those pictures. That should be good, and we can continue.
It's not interference. It's just like a marking or something in there.
Copy all. So with that, Chris, once you stow that battery or stow that camera again, we're going to be soft docking the battery onto H2 with H2 outboard.
Okay. We're oriented correctly. H2 is outboard. And Chris, if you could just let me know if it's clear there. That crew lock bag and stuff is up there.
Clear the crew lock bag. You need to bring, you're still over the edge a little bit, so down towards your knees. There you go. There you go. Clear, clear, clear. All good.
think that's a soft dock.
Lined up. And Joe looking for PGT.
Okay, yep, Chris, you'll transfer your PGT, and Bob looking for Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
The Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
You're going to H2, confirm socket tape line flush, looking for 16 to 17 turns.
Alpha 7, clockwise 2, on H2. The tape line is flush. Here we go. Indicator's moving. Battery appears to be going in.
I agree. This one seems snugger up against the wall than the other guy.
There's a green light. It looks like 15 and a half turns. The status indicator indicates lock.
And what was the torque?
9.
Copy, 9 even.
Yes, 9.0.
Okay, that's slightly low on the turn count, so we're just checking real quick down here. Okay.
This is one of the ones with the interference.
Yep, A-firm, and we are go to continue. So for H1, same settings, Alpha 7, clockwise 2. You'll confirm the tape line flush, looking for 4 to 5.5 turns.
Copy. Indicator's moving. It's torqued out. The indicator is not quite to lock. 9.2. And it looks like we had about 4 turns.
Copy, 4 turns, and torque was 9.2, but the status indicator doesn't quite look locked?
The status indicator on battery is maybe a 1/4 inch from lock.
Okay, we're good with that. You can hand that PGT back to Chris to stow on a swing arm and release that RET.
Copy. Put that firm.
Yep.
Flush with the adjacent battery.
Everything looks straight.
And
Where do these scoops go?
with that, so you actually moved one of the scoops we already needed over, so we're going to relocate the APFR. And so for now, the scoops can stay. And it sounds like we're far enough ahead that we can move on to the first block from EVA 2, if you're both good with that.
Yeah, good.
Okay, copy. So that being said, we'll relocate the APFR to WIF 22. Clocking is 12. Chris?
WIF 22, clocking is 12.
Yep, A-firm. And Chris, you've already moved the scoop we needed, so if you want to give us a glove, hap, and gauntlet check, we can take that.
Okay, gauntlets up and in place. Gloves, pristine, same black smudge. Hap, dry, baseline.
Copy, good check.
Jazz, my radio was a little crackly when you were just talking. Did you hear perfectly fine all those words?
Yeah, the same as it's been the whole time.
Okay. Yeah, Josh, I missed about 50% of the words that I heard Bob. I heard you say, Bob, to move the APFR, but I missed some other stuff, so maybe tag me up one more time.
Yeah, okay, Chris. So Bob's relocating the APFR, and then we're going to move into moving battery 4 to EP slot Bravo.
Copy that.
So
all right.
Chris, before you do anything else, can we get you to take some pictures of that slot interference with the bracket, the one in slot 3 that you just installed?
Certainly.
Okay, Jaws, the APFR has been relocated to WIF 22. Yeah, clocking is 12. Black on black. Got a good pull and a good twist test. And the pitch knob pops out.
Copy, and Quebec Hotel 12 are the remaining settings.
Copy, Quebec, set, and hotel. Hotel set.
Copy, Hotel 12 set. With that, Bob will take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check.
My hap is the baseline. Change. The gauntlets are both up. My right glove is pristine except for a small head on my index finger on the inside. Just a small thread, or maybe it's a piece of that's just a piece of like overflow RTD. And the left glove is pristine.
Okay, copy that, Bob, and we could see that in the WVS. Okay, with that, Bob, we'll have you check that the gap spanner is clear of slot 4, and then you can ingress the APFR. And Chris, once you're done with the photos, you can get in a good position to assist with battery 4 and have the ratchet wrench handy, unless you want to go ahead and start breaking torque.
Okay, copy. I'm going to ditch the camera and
before you ditch it, take a picture of a dragon out there. It's a good, good location, good time. I don't know if we're going to make it through another day-night cycle.
Yeah, you can go for it now if you'd like.
Oh, yeah, that's good. You're in a good position. My angle is kind of... Oh, I got it. I bumped your yaw.
I fixed it, thanks. Endeavor's a pretty ship on the front end of the space station right now.
Yeah, it is. I don't have good tactile feel of this button.
Yeah, I could see the click to see the shutter move when it was pointed at me, but I don't have good tactile feel on the button either. It's a pretty shot. I think the folks in Hawthorne will appreciate it, getting a chance to see the ship from this angle on the sunny day. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah.
With that, Jaws, do I have a go to ingress the APFR?
A-firm, Bob, as long as you check that gap spanner is clear, you can ingress, tuck the ingress aid, and check your tethers are clear.
Okay. The battery 4 location is well clear of any gap spanners at this time. After I'm ingress, I'll move the ingress aid.
Copy.
On your way, Bob?
Nope.
Okay, camera is back on structure.
Copy, Chris. You can get in a position to help with battery 4 and have the ratchet wrench handy. If you are in a position to go to H1, you can do that to break torque.
Okay, ratchet wrench.
I've ingressed the APFR. Ingress aid is stowed.
Copy, Bob. Tethers clear?
Tethers are clear.
Okay.
And I think we should tether.
We'll take the serial number and then a ret to the H1 scoop.
Serial number is 0092, and I'll ret to the H1 scoop.
Copy.
I am ready to the H1 scoop.
Copy. I think I see Chris breaking torque on H1.
No. Not quite.
Okay, so this is the,
that didn't touch it.
okay. Okay, so we've got the H1 for battery 4, and that was the expected serial number 0092. Yes.
A-firm it was. And you are go to break torque after confirming socket tape lines flush.
Okay, socket tape line is flush. H1 torque is broke.
Copy. Same for H2. Confirm the tape lines flush. Break torque less than 1 turn.
The tape line is flush on H2. Work is broke on H2.
Got it.
You got it, Chris?
Okay, and Chris, you can send that back to the crew lock bag and hand off your PGT with the 6-inch.
Okay, I have the PGT, and I will.
Velcro keeps coming up.
Yeah. Okay, the Velcro's back on. We'll go Alpha 7, counter 2.
Okay, firm.
On H1.
Good words. You're looking for approximately 8 turns. And Chris, you can relocate that PGT with a hex driver in the meantime to battery 3 H1 scoop using that adjustable equipment tether.
Battery 3 H1 scoop.
A firm.
Turn in on H1. Indicators moving. It started skipping at about 5, but there's 8 turns on H1.
Copy, Bob, and status indicators unlocked?
Yes, the status indicator is unlocked.
Copy, and for an update, you are 4 hours into the EVA. Limiting consumables MEDOX on Bob at 6:40, and you're about 2 hours ahead on the timeline.
Copy.
Okay, driving on, they drive on H2, Jasmine, but I just want to catch up.
Yep, A-firm, confirm sack of tape line is flush and looking for about 19 turns, and we're about to have a handover in a minute.
Tape line is flush, I'll start turning.
You jacking?
There's 18 turns. Status indicator is unlocked, and it was unlocked over the last 3 turns.
Okay, so pull that sucker out.
Okay, Chris and Bob, I'm back with you. I copied the good release on H2. Probably transferred that PGT back to Chris to put in a swing arm and unlock the red.
All complete.
Okay.
Bob, I want to assess.
And now 4 hours into today's spacewalk, running ahead of their timeline today, Cassidy and Bohnken are now starting to tackle the first task planned for next Wednesday's second spacewalk to replace batteries for the S6 Truss's 1B channel. Having completed all of the planned tasks for this first spacewalk involving the removal of 3 aging nickel-hydrogen batteries from the Truss's integrated electronics assembly and installing 2 new lithium-ion batteries in the truss, the spacewalkers are now moving a 4th nickel-hydrogen battery planned for next Wednesday's spacewalk, and will also move an adapter plate into the truss to await the installation of another new lithium-ion battery next Wednesday.
right, and I'll take a red, I guess.
Wait for you to maintain control while you get a red on.
All right, my red's in place, and I have control.
Okay, I will remove my red. My red's removed.
Copy that.
You have control.
I have control. You scrunch down the
You think we're going to be able to get it over the top of the APFR there?
I think so. If you have a decent spot to secure yourself, let's do that spot right there. You ready?
I am ready.
Okay. I'm in your way.
Okay, I have the battery.
You have the battery. I have the right. Way out of here.
Yeah, thank you.
Clear of the battery.
Again, running ahead of schedule, the spacewalkers are now removing the fourth nickel hydrogen battery planned for next Wednesday's spacewalk and will move an adapter plate into the truss to await the installation of another new lithium-ion battery next Wednesday.
I have control.
I have control of the battery. I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery. I have control.
You have control of the battery. I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery. I have control of the battery.
Okay, you have control of the battery. have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery. Okay, passing the GoPro. I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery. I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery. I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery.
One more little one for the BRT.
Yep, if you go to the other side of the APFR, and then I'll get on my BRT and put a ret on it, I think.
Copy.
Oh, yes. I've got control of the battery.
You have control of the battery. I have control of the battery.
Okay, you've got control of the battery.
And Chris, you'll want your BRT ret going to the battery tether point.
BRT ret to the battery tether point. Okay.
But you don't need to do that until you ingress the APFR. I'm not sure which order you wanted to do it in.
Yeah, it's more convenient to go to a scoop during the handoff, and then I'll switch it.
Copy.
I see your BRT.
Okay, I'm going to get a ret on there.
Copy that.
I have a ret onto the battery. I have control of the battery.
You're ready. You have control. Releasing my ret. Released.
And Chris, your go to ingress.
APFR.
Your go to ingress the APFR, and a reminder to assess your reach to the tools.
That's my reach to the tools. Copy that. Feel in.
Send.
Okay, Chris, if you'll check your ingress aids tucked and your tethers are clear, and then with the handoff, you're going to end up with your BRT ret on the battery tether point, and then H2 is going to go in your BRT.
Okay, copy. I'm ready, Bob, and I have control.
Okay, I'll remove my ret, and you're happy with your tool access? Are we just installing this battery, or are we doing something more, Jasmine?
Your
take the adapter plate out.
Yep, exactly.
Bob, can you take control for just 1 second?
I'll take control back. Stand by. Okay, I have control.
You have control.
So we're in a different get ahead than was in our procedure. We're doing another adapter plate.
Yeah, Ephraim, you're going to do the full swap. So, Bob, you'll end up with the adapter plate on your BRT, taking it back over to the IAA and installing it in slot 4 while Chris installs the battery that's going on his BRT into slot Bravo.
Copy.
Okay, I'm back in. And bag wants to kick these tools a little out of my reach.
Copy. Do you need to move that bag, Chris? Or if you want, Bob can translate onto the EP to help hand off tools as well.
I think I got it. Okay. I have control.
Okay, and it looked like where that ret might be.
Yeah, that ret got a little...
I've got control if you want to fix it, or just let me know.
All right. It's fixed, and I have control.
You've got control of the battery.
Okay, Chris, you want to put the H2 scoop in your BRT.
H2 to my BRT. The BRT ret to the middle.
A-firm.
Okay, BRT ret is in place. BRT on H2.
Copy, Chris. You can move that battery out of the way, and we'll work on removing the adapter plate.
Okay, tightening up the knuckles. Okay.
Okay, Chris,
Adapter plate.
you're gonna ret to the adapter plate heater mat tether point. That's the one towards your head.
All right. One with the recommended ret insertion technique.
A-firm. Flawless.
Okay.
Okay, you'll retrieve the ratchet wrench with the hex driver, and you'll be going to H1 first.
H1's in my right. My right.
A-firm, that is to your right. And you'll confirm one line flush.
One line is flush.
Okay, you're good to brake torque, max of 1 turn.
H1 torque is broken. Quarter turn.
Copy, it'll be the same for H2, one line flush.
One line flush.
Okay, brake torque, less than 1 turn.
Broken on an eighth of a turn.
Okay, you can send that ratchet wrench back to the ORU bag and grab the PGT with the hex driver.
PGT with hex.
And for Alpha 7, counter 2.
Alpha 7. Counterclockwise 2.
Okay, you'll be going to H1, confirm one line flush.
One line flush.
Okay, looking to release approximately 8 turns.
Approximately 8 turns. Okay, there was 8. It was released at 6.
Copy. Same settings. Alpha 7 counter 2 for H2, looking for one line flush.
Alpha 7 counter 2, looking for one line flush. That's one line flush. Here we go.
Looking for 19 turns.
I got to work out at 3 turns. Moving again, it's continuing.
Copy.
Okay, there's 17 turns. It's free.
Copy. You can switch the power on the PGT off. That's to the left. And tend that back to the ORU bag.
Power on the PGT is off. Bring it back to the ORU bag.
Copy. And with that, if Bob's in a good position, you can remove the adapter plate from soft dock and transfer it to Bob, looking to hand off, the adapter plate handrail tether point is where Bob's going to want to attach his BRT ret, so the opposite end of where you have your tether.
Copy all. Whenever you're ready, just let me know.
I'm ready.
So much less mass than a battery. Let me know if you need me to rotate it.
You can come on, yeah, rotate it this way. Yep. Okay, I've got the adapter plate. I am tethered to it. And it's on my BRT.
All right, I'm going to remove my tether. My tether is removed.
Copy.
Okay, Bob, as you said, you can stow that on your BRT and start heading back to the IEA.
Copy.
Chris, for you, you can check your ingress aid is tucked and then retrieve the battery that's in your BRT. You want H2 in your left hand.
Copy H2 in my left hand. Okay, Doug, I'm going to do some work if you're ready for it.
Brakes are on, you're clear to maneuver.
All right. Come in. Husband, I believe I'm soft docked.
Okay, copy. With that, you can grab the PGT with the 6-inch.
How's that translation, Bob?
That's going a little bit slow. I just want to not move the adapter plate into anything, so.
Copy.
And Chris, settings are Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Alpha 7, clockwise 2. That's set.
You'll be going to H2.
GT is inserted.
Copy.
Okay.
Confirm.
H2.
Tape lines flush. Looking for 16 to 17 turns.
16, 17 turns. Immediate torque out. At 9.1 foot-pounds. Now it's moving. Okay.
Copy.
4 for 19.
Bob, you'll make sure the gap spanner is clear and that you can reach the PGT and hex driver, and then you can ingress the APFR.
Copy that.
Between 0.6 turns, 9.2 foot-pounds. The locking indicator is locked. Battery is flush with battery Bravo.
Copy. And Chris, did you say 16 turns?
Yeah, 16.6 is what's on the PGT.
Copy. Okay, you can release the RET, stow your PGT, and then you'll be retrieving those scoops and stowing them on your mini workstation.
Where are they going?
They'll be going to Battery Delta.
Battery Delta. So
that's kind of towards your feet.
Over to the Okay, I have both scoops on my mini workstation.
Copy, Chris, and those are going to go to Battery Delta. That's nadir toward your feet.
Okay, so you want me to egress the APFR, translate onto the pallet, and install those?
A-firm.
Do that. Missing.
Okay, Jaws, I'm in the APFR and ready to copy. The gap spanner is clear, and I can reach the PGT.
Copy, Bob. Make sure your ingress aid's tucked, tethers are clear, and then we'll take an inspection on the IAA bolts and blind mate connectors.
Copy. The ingress aid is stowed. The blind mate connectors on the IEA electrical connectors are clear. No FOD. Looks like a good EMI band.
Copy, Bob. Good inspection.
All the way around.
And
they're clear as well.
Copy. And now we'll take an inspection on the adapter plate, bolt interfaces, and blind mate connectors. The adapter plate that's in your BRT.
Copy.
Okay, battery Delta.
Okay, Chris,
We're clocking.
let me know if you want H1 or H2 first.
Pick H1.
Copy. H1 is at the 10 o'clock, so kind of down and to the left.
10 o'clock. All right, H1 is installed.
Copy, Chris. H2 will be at 3 o'clock, which will be up.
Hey, Josh, just to double check, you want me to inspect the EMI band, the battery interfaces, plates?
Just the EMI band on the adapter plate itself.
My band on the adapter plate is in good shape.
Copy that. And Bob, just to confirm, that's on the bottom side of the adapter plate. The part that interfaces with the IEA.
That EMI band is good as well. And the electrical connectors are clear.
Copy that, Bob. You can, you want the blind mate connectors oriented station outboard, and you can soft dock that adapter plate into slot 4.
Copy.
H2 scoops installed.
Copy, Chris, and stand by when we're going to have you do some extra actions there on the EP.
Copy.
Okay, Chris, while you're on the EP, we'll have you stow the tools in the ORU bag. So I think if you just have the PGT there, the camera and GoPro are currently in other locations, but stow everything in the ORU bag. And we're going to have you stand by.
And Jaws, I'm ready with PGT settings for H2 on the adapter plate.
Okay, Alpha.
Clockwise 2.
That's correct. And you'll be going to H2. You want to confirm one line flush.
Okay, that's one line flush on H2.
Copy, you're driving 16 to 17 turns.
16 to 17 turns. No issue, Josh, just have to go through the CAL procedure. The PGT switch was bumped.
Say again, Bob, I think you said you're recalling.
Yes.
Copy.
Alpha 7.
Clockwise 2.
Clockwise 2.
And H2, looking for
Line flush.
one line flush, A-firm 16 to 17 turns.
Thank you. 16 to 17 turns, here it comes.
Chris, for you, once you clean up that ORU bag, you'll take it back onto structure, and you can temp stow it right by the GoPro on handrail 2005.
Okay. No inventory needed?
We'll do that after.
Green light, 17 turns, 9.1 for the torque. H2.
Copy, Bob. Same settings, Alpha 7, clockwise 2 for H1, and you'll confirm 2 lines visible, 1 flush.
Okay, 2 lines visible, 1 flush.
Looking for 4.5 to 5.5 turns, and we have a handover in 1 minute.
Five turns, 9.2, green light.
Copy, 9.2, I think you said 5 turns and green light. You can stow that PGT with the hex driver on DCSU, on the DCSU H2 scoop, and then you can release your RET.
Okay, I'm going to release my RET and egress the APFR, and then I'll move the PGT over there. Is that okay?
Affirm.
The spacewalkers have now removed the 4th nickel hydrogen battery, which was planned for next Wednesday's spacewalk. They also moved an adapter plate into the truss to await the installation of another lithium-ion battery next Wednesday. With the crew now running through these get-ahead tasks so quickly, we're standing by to see what their next step will be.
I'm going to step in just for a second, but I don't know if you were saying something and it got cut off.
Oh, my radio has been squirrely, though.
What do you think we're doing next?
Okay, Kristen.
Cleaning up, because we can't.
Oh, sorry, guys. Back with you after the handoff. And Chris, where were you at on the bag?
The bag is stowed. Both tools are in the bag. It is on my PRT. I'm looking around. There's no remaining tethers visible. Everything's in the bag or on me. And I think I'm ready to hop back over to the APFR.
Yeah, Chris, we'll have you make sure the ingress aid is stowed on the boot plate. And yeah, and you can go back over to structure onto the APFR, stow that ingress aid, and then check tethers are clear. And when all that's true, you can give SSRMS the go to back off.
Okay, copy all. Work.
And Bob, to tag back in with you, I think you stowed that PGT and are working the TA clamps now?
Yeah, I'll be working the TA clamps. I'm just managing a little bit of a tether snarl with the ingress aid.
Copy that, Bob.
Okay, the PGT has got the adjustable tether going to H1 on the DCSU.
To H2 on the DCSU.
Correct. Okay.
And Bob, you can temp stow that ORU bag at handrail 2005 by the GoPro, or Chris rather.
Okay, that's in work.
John, I was just trying to catch up with you. Are we cleaning up right now? Is that the situation here, or are we moving towards doing another?
Yeah, I was just about to call and ask you both. We should have time to move battery 6 to adapter plate Bravo in slot 4 if you both are good to continue.
What's our PET?
$442.
Copy that.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, you're both good with that?
All right, there you.
Okay, you're both good with that?
Yes. You. I am Bob. Are you?
I am good. Yeah.
The ORU bag is temp stowed on 2005. And I understand I'm making my way over to the IEA.
Yeah, once you've make sure, I don't know if you already got the ingress aid stowed on the boot plate and tether's all clear for the EP translation. Tether's all clear for the EP translation.
It is. I didn't verbalize it though. Thanks for the reminder. So the ingress aid is folded flat against the boot plate. There are no tethers. Everything's clear. And Doug, you have a go to maneuver.
Copy, Chris. Go for maneuver to the backup position.
Okay, so Bob is currently working the adapter plate TA clamps and that connection that will go from the battery to the adapter plate, and then we'll step into battery 6.
And where are the scoops coming for battery 6? Coming from? I'll move them.
Checking.
Scoops available on the DCSU or slot 3?
Chris, they're coming from the battery that's in slot 3 right now. So you'll take both the scoops off the battery currently in slot 3. So you'll take
Okay.
The TA clamps are released.
Copy, Bob. You can demate the adapter plate connector from P4.
Copy.
Hey Bob, your waist tether is, I'll just, if you can pass me the scoop later on when you're done with it from your waist tether.
So you need that,
It's no rush. Just keep working, your work is more important than these scoops.
Okay, Bob, I see you've got that demated. That's going to go to the adjacent lithium-ion battery. Just make sure the gap spanner stays clear of it inboard, and get a good inspection on it, and let me know if you want the instructions for the twist in the cable.
Copy.
And Bob, I should mention you need to remove that connector cap first, so you can ret to and remove that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm clear of that waist tether off of that scoop, but I can use it for.
Yeah, just keep with it. No big deal. All right, Jasmine, H2 on battery 6 is installed straight up.
Copy.
Looks like 3 o'clock.
Good install. And for H1, you'll be going to 10 o'clock. That should be down and slightly to the left.
All right, that'll be a little bit. I was using that scoop for a minute.
J4 looks clear, and B4 looks clear, and the EMI band looks good. Do you say the words about the twist in the cable?
With the pins towards structure, you would want to rotate it no more than 1 turn clockwise.
Now approaching 5 hours into today's spacewalk, running ahead of their timeline today, Cassidy and Behnken were able to tackle the first task planned for next Wednesday's second spacewalk to replace batteries for the S6 Truss's 1B channel. Having completed all of the planned tasks for this first spacewalk involving the removal of 3 aging nickel-hydrogen batteries from the Truss's integrated electronics assembly and installing 2 new lithium-ion batteries in the truss, the spacewalkers had time to remove a 4th nickel-hydrogen battery planned for next Wednesday's spacewalk and moved an adapter plate into the truss to await the installation of another new lithium-ion battery next Wednesday. Now they're moving on to the second task, originally scheduled for next Wednesday.
I think that where that attachment point goes, I just use the battery that we attached it to push it along the side, so it sticks up a little bit, but it won't interfere with the battery 6 to go on that adapter plate. A4 is mated.
The second task will involve removing the 5th of 6 nickel-hydrogen batteries, and we'll put it on an adapter plate.
Connector cap you removed can go on the adapter plate where you removed the cable.
Okay. Okay, the cap is reinstalled.
Copy that, Bob. And Chris, did you get that second scoop on H1 already?
I picked it up. I'm working my way there right now.
Copy that, Chris.
Going in, Joe. And there you go. H1, 10 o'clock, slightly down and to the left.
A-firm. And Bob, we'll have you just hold still for a little bit, just looking at your met rates.
Copy. Jasmine, I can break work on H1 if you'd like me to.
Chris, hold one. We're talking it down here.
Okay. Getting at our cheat sheet, Bob, it looks like one APFR comes over, one more.
And one more spot.
One more spot.
Okay.
And then we can get the battery out.
Yeah.
Chris and Bob, I'm back with you after a little handover. We'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from both of you, and then Chris, your go to break torque on battery 6, but we're not going to go with the PGT yet. We're just discussing time down here.
Copy that. My gauntlets are in place. My hap is dry. Gloves, all the RTV is in good shape. Got a little more black smudge pieces, but the RTV is great shape.
Copy, Chris.
My hap is baseline. My gauntlets are up. And my gloves are still in pristine shape except for those smudges.
Copy, Bob. Okay, so Chris, with that, if you can make sure the gap spanner is clear of slot 4.
Oh, I thought you want me to leave 6 and go do that? I was about to break torque on H1 and H2.
Sorry, not 4. Just, sorry, break torque first. So you can go to H1.
On H1, battery 6.
A-firm, you'll confirm the socket tape line's flush, and you can break torque less than 1 turn.
Socket tape's flush, it was about 1/8 of a turn.
Copy. You can go to H2, and Chris, can you report the serial number when you get a chance?
Yeah, just give me a second. Battery 6, serial number 009090.
Copy, that's a good serial number.
Tool is inserted to the tape.
Copy, Chris, you go to break torque on H2.
strong one. Quarter of a turn. That's broken. Torque's broken, rather. That was the most significant torque breakage I felt.
Copy that, Chris.
This one.
And Bob, how are you feeling? Your met rates are starting to come back down.
I feel fine. I didn't notice that my met rate was high, so I feel fine. I just don't. You guys must be managing CO2 or NOx.
Copy. Okay. If that's the case, then we can pick up and continue with moving battery 6 to slot 4. Okay. So that being said, if we can make sure the gap spanner is clear for the battery install onto the adapter plate in slot 4. And then, Bob, you can ingress the APFR.
Okay, copy. We'll check the APFR settings. Looks before that.
And then I'll be on the other side of you after you get in.
Copy.
And Bob, it's up to you if you want to roll the APFR first or ingress and then roll it. But if you want to roll it first, we're looking at a setting of delta.
Copy. I'll roll it first, just because I think the wrong things are in front of it for ingress.
Yes, but I didn't hear a 5-hour PET update. Did I miss it?
We're about to give you one, Chris.
Copy. The torque's broken, Bob. It's just straight to the PG.
Thank you.
Okay, and Chris and Bob, we're 5 hours into the EVA now. Living and consumables MEDOX on Bob at 640, and we think we can finish this up, clean up, and be in the airlock by around 6:15.
Okay, copy all.
Thank you.
And Chris, if you can verify the PGT with the hex drivers clear of the slot 6 install location, and that the adapter plate connector cable is clear of slot 4.
Let that be forward work for me, because a little far away. I'll make sure that's the case, though.
Okay.
Okay, I have ingressed the APFR.
Copy, Bob. So you can check the ingress aid is tucked and tethers are clear.
Verified stowed. And my tethers are clear, except for the one I think I'm going to need to attach.
And yeah, Chris, we're looking for your ret on the battery tether point.
Okay.
This ret is on the battery tether point.
Copy. Chris, you can hand your PGT with a 6-inch to Bob. Bob's settings are Alpha 7, counter 2.
Okay, Alpha 7, counter 2.
Copy. You'll be going to H1.
H1.
A-firm, looking for 8 turns. And Chris, you can reposition to the radiator side of the IAA for that battery transfer.
Okay, let's think about this for a sec, because the way my red is.
Copy.
You move now, Bob, before you start driving?
Yeah, let's, I'll give you your ret back.
Yeah. Okay, I have it.
Okay. Probably want to take the PGT with you during your relocation.
Absolutely. Have it.
Got it. You built your little nest and now you got a relocator.
I had the perfect nest going on. Okay. So maybe to your left? Or out straight along this hand?
I think you need to go straight along that handrail, otherwise our tethers are
going to get
kind of a mess.
Yeah. You moving over?
The crew is now moving to the second get-ahead task, originally scheduled for the spacewalk next Wednesday. The crew will remove the fifth of 6 nickel hydrogen batteries and will put it on an adapter plate. So this will be moving battery number 6 to slot number 4.
You got it?
I got it.
Oh, my feet are over your head.
Copy.
Keep coming back down.
I want to fairly
All right,
your tether.
I'll put that up on that.
Maybe that's one use for those overhanging handrails. You can find a convenient one.
Might as well use these wires since we got them out here. Okay. They're lead.
Thank you. I'll need your ret.
Get re-nested here.
Are you going to go on your BRT or are you going to go?
Let's see, just for now. Then you're going to pass it to me at your left hip.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then I'll have to egress the APFR, so it might be too close.
Well, this is not the permanent one. This is just the
Copy. Bridge.
the DGT one.
Okay, your ret is to the battery tether point.
Okay, PGT coming out. I don't know which side.
I've got it.
Got it?
Okay.
You might want to lock this one.
Okay. Roger that. Lock.
Bob, you're looking for Alpha 7, counter 2.
Yes, he's definitely coming in broken. Understand Alpha 7, counter 2,
A-firm.
H1.
A-firm, you'll confirm the socket tape line flush, looking for about 8 turns.
This tape line is flush. You copy me loud and clear, Chris?
I do, yep, absolutely.
Okay, she's just coming in broken.
Yeah. It might be this spot on the structure.
Yeah.
Because it's where I keep having issues.
Okay. Here we go on H1. Indicators moving. There's 8 turns. Verified unlocked on the indicator.
Copy. Same settings, Alpha 7, counter 2 for H2. You'll confirm the tape line's flush, approximately 19 turns.
Copy. Yeah, I can't see the indicator. Can you see indicator, Chris? Give me a sec. Oh, no, I got it. This was, looked the same color. Okay, thanks for your light. There we go.
I like the valves in Dragon. Done with the PGT?
No, I bumped it to off. There we go.
See it jacking out.
I see the indicator moving.
Looks kind of low in your work envelope.
Yeah, it's kind of like that tape is also getting,
yeah, there's a slight angle to the wobble.
this is not a good body position for that install.
Oh, yeah. Jasmine, we have you? Radio check?
Yeah, affirm. And would an additional roll on the APFR help?
No, I think we've got the bolt released. I think H2 is just really low in the work envelope. In this APFR setting, it probably was expected.
Yeah.
So there's a different APFR config, but I think roll's not going to be enough.
Copy. And you said status indicators unlocked, and how many turns?
18 turns, and the status indicator was unlocked, and it clicked up there 2 or 3 times.
Copy. You can hand the PD2 back to Chris to store on a swing arm, and can remove the battery and hand it off to Chris, looking to hand H2 outboard.
Copy. Let me know when you're ready for it, Chris.
All right, I'm going to BRT down.
And Chris will be holding it for the APFR roll.
Yes, sir, I'm ready. In a good config.
Here it comes.
Just watch my safety tether, it popped off. Yeah, the edge. Your ingress aid.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, you've got H2.
I have H2 and I have control of the battery.
Okay. Got control of the battery. And I've got to roll across where you are here, so I'll do my best here. We're going to the adaptive plate location.
A-firm in slot 4. And Bob, just make sure you also check your ingress aids tucked before that roll.
Copy.
You can use me to translate if you need. I'm secure.
The roll is complete.
Copy, Bob. Before taking the battery back, if you can just make sure the gap spanner and ingress aid are clear for the install to slot 4.
Okay, the gap spanner is clear. That's the thing about the ingress aid. If you tuck it well enough, it's hard to see. Verified that the ingress aid is tucked as well.
Copy, and as you take the battery back, you're going to want to end up with H2 in your left hand.
Your vector somewhere. There you go.
Okay. And back.
You have it.
I have the battery.
You have control of the battery.
Okay.
Let it go.
Okay, Bob, once your alignment's good, you go to soft dock that battery onto H2.
Copy.
Again, the crew has removed the 5th of 6 nickel hydrogen batteries.
You need any help with that cable over there, or you got it?
I think the cable is good.
Okay. GT's clear here. A little bit misaligned. There you go.
The crew will now fix the battery on an adapter plate. Again, this will be moving battery number 6 to slot number 4.
Okay. I believe we're soft docked.
I think so.
Okay, copy. With that, Chris, you can hand off your PGT with the 6-inch. Bob, settings are alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Okay. Clockwise 2. Okay, the PGT. And the Velcro strap again.
And you'll be going to H2. Confirm the socket tape line flush, looking for 16 to 17 turns.
The socket tape line is flush. Understand 16 to 17 turns. And Rick, Chris, let me know if you can see it. Checking it.
Roger that.
Ready?
Ready. Couldn't quite tell. think I see it going down. Yep, confirmed, going down.
There's 16.25 turns, green light 9.2.
Copy, and same settings, Alpha 7, clockwise 2 for H1.
Copy.
And Bob, status indicator was locked on H2, correct?
Status indicator shows locked on H2.
Copy, thanks.
Another low work envelope.
Yeah.
Copy. And you're looking for 4 to 5.5 turns.
Oh, it is a little bit better body position because it's not right in front of your MIDI workstation.
Oh, yeah.
Green light, 9.4 on the torque, and 4.25 turns. The indicator shows locked.
Okay, copy. Good install. You can transfer the PGT back to Chris to stow on his swing arm, and you can release the ret.
Copy.
Thanks.
Okay, Chris has the PGT, and the ret is released.
Copy, and big picture with that. We're done with the install, and we're going to move into cleanup.
Okay, copy.
Okay, so cleanup is bag inventory, basically, Jaws, or do you have something else to do as well?
We're going to have Chris move some scoops from the battery in slot 4 to the battery in slot 5, and then he'll retrieve the camera and head back to the ORU bag to stow the ORU, or stow the camera and GoPro, and then inventory everything. And you will be cleaning up the stowing the hex driver back on the pit pin in the crew lock bag, and cleaning up the crew lock bag.
Okay, copy.
Copy.
Ready for the scoop?
You bet.
And as you just heard, the crew has finished their tasks for the day. 2 of those tasks were get-ahead tasks originally planned for next Wednesday's second spacewalk to replace batteries for the S6 Truss's 1B channel. In summary today, the crew removed 5 of the 6 aging nickel-hydrogen batteries, installed 2 of the 3 lithium-ion batteries, and moved 2 of the 3 adapter plates into the S6 1B channel.
All right, good news.
And we just received news that both of the lithium-ion batteries are both up and running and in good shape.
Copy, thanks, Chris.
That was with the wire tolerance.
Chris, it looks like your safety tether is not retracting right now.
Yeah, I noticed that. Let me give a body position, and I'll look at the IRCM. Is it wrapped around me?
Kind of, it has some dynamics with it right now. It's not wrapped around you anymore.
Okay, copy. The reel had gotten bumped, locked. Feel it reeling in.
Okay, it looks good now.
Look good? Yeah, thank you for bringing that up.
And Jaws, do I head to the crew lock bag?
Affirm, Bob, you'll head to the crew lock bag, stow the hex driver on the pip pin RET, and then you can retrieve your PGT with the RET series and the adjustable and put it back on your swing arm.
I have stowed the ingress aid flat to the boot plate.
Copy, Bob, thanks.
And tucked it down as well.
Down, right?
Affirm, Chris, both are at 9 o'clock down on battery 5.
Copy that. H2 scoop is installed, working on H1 scoop.
Copy, Chris.
H1 scoop installed and locked, straight down.
Copy, Chris. And Chris, we'll have you retrieve the camera, and if you don't mind, could you take some closeout photos of the IAA before you head back to your ORU bag?
Camera and closeout photos. You got it.
Thank you.
And as you pass by there, Chris, could you release that adjustable from the scoop?
Yeah. Clear to let it go?
Yes. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Jaws, I have retrieved the 9-inch hex socket. It's on the pip pin, and it's a good tug test. I'm retrieving the PGT at this time.
Copy, Bob. And as you put that on your swing arm, if you could just report the tethers on the PGT to us.
Okay. Two RETs in series and adjustable on the PGT.
Copy, Bob. Sounds good. And whenever you're ready, we can take an inventory of the crew lock bag if Chris is good with his forward steps.
Yep, I have the camera on my possession. I'm taking closeout photos now. And I think when I'm done with the photos, I head towards my bag.
Yep, A-firm, you'll head back, stow that camera as well as the GoPro into the ORU bag, and then we'll take your inventory once you're ready as well.
Okay, copy all.
Okay, I have a RET series connected to the ratchet wrench with a wobble socket and a palm bar in the crew lock bag.
Copy.
Yeah, Bob, I do not like this button on the camera.
Yeah.
push probably 3 times more than I actually trigger a picture.
I have 3 integral rets to adjustable tethers.
Copy.
I have a ret to a trash bag, and then another 2 rets that connect to the small trash bag. I've got a gap spanner combo that is on a ret, and a second gap spanner combo that's to the internal ret.
Copy.
And I have the long duration tie down tether to a ring inside of the crew lock bag, and I have the 9-inch hex to put in on a ret. Anything else you need?
That's everything
I'll do the
inside.
outside after I close it up, if that's okay. Okay.
Yep, that's everything on the inside, Bob, and then whenever you're ready, we'll get the outside.
Okay.
Pictures taken parting the IEA.
Now approaching 5.5 hours into today's spacewalk, recapping some milestones from today. Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken were assisted in the Quest airlock this morning by NASA astronaut Doug Hurley and Russian cosmonaut Ivan Wagner, who helped the spacewalkers get suited up and run through various checks before stepping out into the vacuum of space. Doug Hurley closed the hatch at 5:46 a.m. Central Time this morning to begin depressurization. After depressurization, Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken's suits were placed on internal battery power, officially marking the start of today's spacewalk at 6:32 a.m. Central Time. Following the official start of the spacewalk, Cassidy and Behnken translated to the work site to begin the work to finish power upgrades on the International Space Station. Running ahead of the timeline today, Cassidy and Behnken were also able to tackle the first task planned for next Wednesday's second spacewalk to replace the batteries for the S6 Truss's 1B channel, having completed all of the planned tasks for this first spacewalk involving the removal of 3 aging nickel-hydrogen batteries from the Truss's integrated electronics assembly and installing 2 new lithium-ion batteries in the truss. The spacewalkers had time to remove a 4th nickel-hydrogen battery planned for next Wednesday's spacewalk and moved an adapter plate into the truss to await the installation of another new lithium-ion battery next Wednesday.
The main thing is the doors need to be against structure, and it needs to be snug enough that it won't be able to spin outward.
And the second get-ahead task, originally scheduled for the spacewalk next Wednesday, the crew removed the 5th of 6 nickel-hydrogen batteries and put it on an adapter plate, moving battery number 6 to slot number 4. In summary, the crew removed 5 of the 6 aging nickel-hydrogen batteries, installed 2 of the 3 lithium-ion batteries, and moved 2 of the 3 adapter plates into the S6 1B channel. Both new lithium-ion batteries are up and running and in good shape. The crew now is running through some final cleanup procedures before heading back into the International Space Station.
Okay. Ret in series to the ratchet wrench with a 9-inch set installed on the ratchet and a palm wheel.
Copy.
Ret to an adjustable with a 2-puller and a pry bar.
Copy.
A ret with my trash bag. Ret with my trash bag, comm check.
Okay, copy. Ret to your trash bag.
An extra adjustable.
Copy.
A RET and a RET with a pit pin on standby for nothing on them.
Copy.
RET in series GT number 8, which is in the off position. It does have a PGT battery and it has a 9-inch hex head at the end of it.
Copy. And does that have an adjustable equipment tether on it?
It does, yep. Thank you.
Copy.
And Charles, I'm going to have to add another tether to this bag. Kind of can just spin.
Okay, Bob, so you're going to take one of the adjustables off your wrist?
Correct.
Copy.
A camera with a RET and an L bracket
Copy.
in the bag. And I'm going to carry the GoPro on me. The GoPro has a RET.
Okay, copy, Chris. We are seeing that's everything inside the bag. Whenever you're ready, you can get the tethers on the outside.
Okay, stand by. ET, Jasmine?
534.
34, copy.
Okay, Jasmine, I have a additional adjustable for my right wrist that's going to the PFCS tether point, and that keeps pointed towards the battery underneath the crew lock bag.
Okay, copy that, Bob. And with that, if that crew lock bag looks good to you, you can retrieve your green hook.
Copy.
Okay, the GoPro is on my mini workstation.
Copy that, Chris.
So my next action is to bundle, is to get the BRT on the ORU bag.
Yeah, and Chris, we just need, what tethers are on the outside of the ORU bag?
Oh yeah, thanks for the. There's one normal adjustable and one large small adjustable.
Okay, that's a good check, and yep, you can put that on your BRT now.
Just hanging out, Bob, wait.
I'm just hanging out.
Copy.
I'm going to come down there a little bit further, past the APFR here. I think we've done enough for one day. Agreed.
You've done a lot more than we're expecting.
And I am tethered in my BRT, releasing the external.
And Chris, once you've got that in a good position on our BRT, you can retrieve your green hook.
Okay, copy.
And Bob, you already got your green hook, is that correct?
I did get my green hook.
Copy, thanks.
It's closed onto my red reel. What are we flying over right now, Jess?
Okay, so with that, you're both, you can both start translating towards airlock. We've got a handover in about 30 seconds. So Bob, just a reminder as you head inboard to press the CETA brake release twice.
Copy the CETA brakes.
All right.
Paddles 2 times. Hey, safety tether treating you okay there?
Yeah. Yeah.
And we're in a short handover period between satellites right now, but should be regaining that communication with the crew here shortly. Again, the crew is just finishing up some cleanup procedures before they head back into the International Space Station.
Translation pass without a battery or a adapter plate.
Yeah, no kidding.
And Bob and Chris,
Green hook is. Yep.
oh, just saying I was back with you. Go ahead, Chris.
Green hook is picked up. And
Copy.
then I think it's go time.
Yep, Chris, you can lead back in. Bob, can you check the load alleviating straps on your safety tethers? We're not sure which one, but someone thought they saw something. It's number 29. We just don't know which color that is.
Looks okay to me. I don't know if you can something else to see on there or not. Did they think they saw?
And Bob, as long as you confirm you see no red showing on number 29, safety tethers load alleviating strap, we're good.
Yeah, there's no red on number 29. There's a red stripe on it, but that's on the outside of the whole buildup.
Okay, stand by. Okay, Bob, it is on the one that's coming back in, so we'll take a closer look at it afterwards inside.
Copy. EV1 on the Cetus approach.
Okay, Chris, you'll be putting in a rich man fair lead at handrail 3409.
That's in the anchor hooks.
Sorry, Chris. I thought I see you're now. You called the CETA cart, not the CETA spur. That's at the top of the CETA spur.
Copy that.
And Bob, reminder for you to hit the brake releases on the inboard brake release of each of the CETA carts.
Copy that. Going under the inboard CETA cart.
Copy, Chris.
Phase 1.
Copy, Chris. And as you get to S0, again, that handrail is 3409.
3409. It's the long one at the top of the CETA spur.
A-firm.
Recall correctly. Copy that.
And so you'll put a rich man in there and then weave your tether down the port row of handrails on the CETA spur.
Copy all.
The brake pedal is released 2 times on the starboard cart.
Copy, Bob.
and 2 times on the port. The cart.
Copy that, Bob.
There's been a unhook on 3413. I'm too high, right? I need to go down.
Stay firm, Chris. Yeah, it's the top handrail of the CETA spur, 3409.
Sorry about that.
And Bob, as you get over to S0, you'll be putting in a rich man fair lead at 3410. The adjustable should already be there for it.
Good job.
Just a sec, Bob. Sorry to hold you up.
No worries, Chris. My comm is a little bit quiet. It created during the translation coming here.
Okay.
Copy that, Bob.
I do hear you, so.
All right, Jasmine. One hook of the adjustable is on 3409. It wraps around the cable and back onto the D-ring of the adjustable.
Okay, copy. That sounds good, Chris. And as you head down the CETA spur, you'll weave your safety tether down the port row of handrails.
Copy that. Bob, as you come down, if it pops off, if my tether pops off, can you tidy it up?
Yeah, I'll try to back it back up there.
Making the transition to the airlock toolboxes.
Copy, Chris. And your go to open the hatch thermal cover.
And the thermal cover is now open.
Open.
Copy. You can stow your ORU bag in the airlock and attach your waist tether to the airlock D-ring extender.
Okay, copy. Power U-bag is tethered inside the airlock.
Copy.
Okay, I've got a rich man's spare lead at 3410.
Copy that, Bob. You can head down towards the airlock, and you will not be putting in any more fare leads.
All right, I confirm my right D-ring extender has a waist tether, which is gate closed and locked on both ends. The big hook is connected to the airlock D-ring extender.
Copy that, Chris. With that, you will be taking your green hook to the aft external airlock D-ring. Just make sure you tether to it first.
I'm going to the aft. Copy the tethering.
Affirm.
Tethered to my green hook. Green hook on the aft. Locked it. I can pick up my yellow hook if you're ready.
Copy, and Chris, just check the reel's unlocked, and then you can release your yellow hook and stow it on your mini workstation.
The reel is unlocked. And going for the yellow.
Copy.
I'm at the airlock toolboxes.
Copy, Bob. You'll also be attaching your waist tether to the airlock D-ring extender.
Copy. Coming underneath, Chris, to put my waist tether in.
Copy that.
Closed and locked onto the D-ring extender.
Copy, and the end on you is also closed and locked.
Verified, closed and locked to my D-ring extender as well.
Copy, good config, Bob. With that, you can tether to your green hook, and then you'll be attaching it to the forward external airlock D-ring.
Copy. I think I don't need to tether to it. I can just take the green hook over. I guess I could just string out. I'll tether to it. Thank you for reminding me.
I've made that mistake before.
My green hook is closed onto the forward ring.
Copy, and copy, hook's locked and reel unlocked.
The reel is unlocked and the hook is locked.
Okay, with that, Bob, you can release your yellow hook and stow it on your mini workstation, and then you're go to ingress the airlock.
Copy. Yellow hook's coming off. It's on my mini workstation. Tether is really taut. Chris, this one, not much slack left in it.
Not much left.
Copy, and that is expected.
Hey, Jasmine, we know it takes a village to pull this off, and obviously the people in the control center are lion's share of that team, but Bob and I also want to give credit to the folks that keep Building 30 and the Mission Control Center open during this crazy, interesting time where everything has to be cleaned and sanitized multiple times a day. So special shout out to the custodial staff at the Johnson Space Center, in particular Building 30. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, Chris.
And we heard it was Kirk Shireman's final day at NASA, and just want to thank him for his service as well. I'm sure we'll run into him in his future line of work. Thank you, Uncle Kirk.
Ready for me, Bob?
Yep, I'm ready.
Okay. Thermal cover closed.
Copy. Thermal cover is closed. With that, you can both remove your SUs from their pouches, remove your DCM cover, and Velcro to the DCM, and connect your SUs to the DCM.
Copy all, in work.
And Doug Hurley inside the equipment lock section of the airlock, waiting for the 2 spacewalkers to get back inside today.
SCU closed and locked for EV2.
Copy, Bob.
Closed and locked, EV1.
Copy, Chris. Note for both of you, TCV setting of 8. Max cold minimizes time for SCU cooling. And with that, you can switch your water off or forward. Expect an H2O is off message.
EV1, water off with a message.
EV2, water is off. The message.
Copy. We'll hold for 2 minutes. Caution, do not close hatch until EMU water is off for 2 minutes.
Copy.
Enough room, Chris?
Yeah, I got oodles of room, actually. How about you?
That's funny. Sorry, anything I need to pull up that's...
No? Can you reach your right safer handle about half an inch up?
Okay.
everybody got it.
Thank you.
Okay, it's been 2 minutes. Chris, you can verify the outer hatch is clear of hardware and the handle is positioned per the hatch decal.
Okay. Outer hatch is clear.
Copy.
Ready to close.
And handle per decal, and then you can close and lock it.
Copy that.
That's why we don't like all those things on the DRAM side.
Exactly. All right, double checking around the hatch. Everything looks good. I'm cranking latch direction.
Copy.
And locking the tab. Tab's locked. The hatch is locked.
Copy. Hatch is closed and locked. Both of you can, Bob, on the UIA, check the oxygen EMU 1 and 2 valves. 2 of them are open.
Oxygen, EMU 1 and 2 valves are verified open.
Okay, Bob, switch power EV1 and 2 to on.
Power EV1 is on with the EMU LED, and power EV2 is on with the EMU LED.
Copy. Check power EV1 and 2 volts.
18.6 and 18.6.
Copy. Good voltage. Both of you on your DCM, switch power to SCU. Expect a warning tone.
EV1. Power SCU.
EV2. Power is SCU.
Copy, and with that, we're complete with the pre-repress. Great work today, guys. I'll hand it back over to Doug for the crew lock repress.
Thanks, Jasmine.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Thanks. It was great working with both of you.
Okay, guys, welcome back.
Thank you.
Thanks, Doug.
Okay, on your DCM, O2 actuator to press.
Okay, for EV2, O2 position is pressed.
Realize I rely on my left mirror for this one. EV1 in press.
Copy in press, and could you check the EV hatch MPEV closed?
EV hatch MPEV is confirmed closed.
Copy closed. Okay, next I'm going to start to throttle the IV hatch equalization valve. Expect an alert tone, and just to give me a call if it's too much or too little. I'll just crack it initially, and then we'll take it from there, and I'll just go on your call.
Copy.
Copy.
Okay, here we go. Okay, that's halfway between off in norm. You guys are good with it? I'll take it all the way to norm.
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, Doug, the comm is really weak for me. I don't know if you can hear me.
I've got you loud and clear.
Got you loud and clear, Bob. How me?
And repressurization is officially underway, marking the official end time for today's spacewalk at 12:39 p.m. Central Time, bringing the spacewalk total time to 6 hours and 7 minutes.
Well,
Yeah, you're coming across loud and clear.
Refresh rate is good for me.
Good for me as well.
you're in norm.
Refresh rate is still good for me.
Good for you.
We're at norm. We'll leave it there.
I can tell you're talking, but I can't hear you.
Is any better?
Refresh rate is good.
Good for me as well. Bob, can you hear me?
Refresh rate is still good for me. Good rate.
Good rate for EV12.
Good rate. Okay, I've stopped it at 5.0. And we're waiting 2 minutes for crew lock pressure to stabilize.
Copy.
Okay, I understand that you're pausing at 5 psi for a leak check.
Good copy. estimated 2 minutes. We're recording the crew lock pressure, then we'll wait another minute and just double check.
Copy.
Hey, Houston, airlock looks like a good leak check. Going to proceed to step 8.
And we concur, good leak check.
Okay, gents, check your glove heaters off.
Glove heaters off. Okay, Doug, I think you're down to step 8. My glove heaters are off.
Yes, Bob, that's right.
Step 9, check gloves for contamination.
No contamination for EV2.
And no contamination for EV1. A little bit of black smudge, that's it.
Okay, copy that. On your DCMs, O2 actuator to IV.
O2 actuator to IV. Copy, O2 actuator coming to IV.
Copy both in IV. I'm going to take the IV hatch equalization valve slowly back to normal, and we'll take it down to, basically take it down to equalization. Expect an alert tone at DPDT at 0.
So are you step 11?
The spacewalk today was the 228th spacewalk in support of International Space Station assembly and maintenance. The official end time of today's spacewalk came at 12:39 p.m. Central Time, bringing today's spacewalk to 6 hours and 7 minutes. It was the 7th spacewalk for Space Station Commander Chris Cassidy, bringing his total spacewalk time to 37 hours and 21 minutes. The spacewalk today was also the 7th for NASA astronaut Bob Behnken, bringing his total spacewalk time to 43 hours and 40 minutes. The 228th spacewalk brings a total time of 1,434 hours and 33 minutes, which is the equivalent of 59 days, 18 hours, and 33 minutes of spacewalking time in support of International Space Station assembly and maintenance. The new lithium-ion batteries that were involved in the spacewalks today and will be involved in the spacewalk next Wednesday and again in the mid-July timeframe were carried to orbit on the last of the Japanese cargo ships, HTV-9, in May for installation into the integrated electronics assembly on the starboard 6 truss. These battery power upgrades began in January of 2017 with a pair of spacewalks for the starboard 4 truss power channels. They continued in March of 2019 with a pair of spacewalks for the port 4 truss power channels, and most recently continued in October of last year with 4 spacewalks to upgrade the power channels on the port 6 truss of the station. Today the crew went all the way to the other end of the truss to begin the work to finish these power upgrades. In all, when the work is completed next month, 48 older nickel hydrogen batteries will have been replaced by 24 new lithium-ion batteries.
Airlock on 1 for Delta to the first EVA first batch procedure.
Yes.
All right, heads up. When you're working the first step procedure, before step 4, we'll need Bob to move his comm to alt.
Okay, copy that.
You want me to go to alt now, Doug?
Negative. Before we get to step 4 in the post-EVA, so hold on for now.
Copy. Your comm is coming back now. Chris, have you been able to hear me the whole time?
Yeah, the whole time, loud and clear.
Yeah, you're loud and clear now.
Oh, okay.
I got you loud and clear, Bob.
I've got you loud and clear as well. My nickel's on the comm cap.
It's a good nickel. All right, we should be getting close.
Here, Bob, I'm going to give you your waist tether.
Okay, anybody get the EV alert tone, DPDT?
Mine just says O2 position IV.
Yeah, we get a little tone every time it clicks through, like I clicked on the airlock feed or something, but not
nothing that was
happens so often you hardly notice it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, looks like we're pretty well equalized. Houston, if you can confirm, we're ready to open the hatch.
We agree with you. We're stable pressure. Go to open the hatch.
And you can see now Yvonne Wagner on the right side of your screen is doing the work to begin opening the hatch to greet the 2 spacewalkers back into the Quest airlock. And the hatch is now opening.
station on 1 for Bob. This would be a good time to go to alt.
Airlock on 1, we're at step 3. Do you want Bob to take his comm off now?
Affirm, comm on alt for Bob.
Okay, and I've got him loud and clear, so I can take my comm to alt. And Houston, comm check from EV2 on alt low.
We have you loud and clear. How else?
I have you loud and clear. I have you the same as I did just a minute ago on Fry.
Copy that.
Hey, Houston, if you're good with the step 4, we'll go ahead and proceed to safer doffing.
Okay, Doug, yeah, Bob will stay on alt, and Doug, yes, we'll pick up step 4. You'll go for step 7. Copy, thumbs up.
You'll need to release some of the, one of these, the Velcro needs to come on.
And moving through the hatch now is Bob Behnken, again wearing the suit bearing no stripes. Yvonne Wagner has removed Bob Behnken's safer jetpack. And the crew will now work to move Chris Cassidy through the hatchway. And Russian cosmonaut Anatoly Ivanishin is now in the bottom left side of your screen, popping in to say hello to the crew as they come back in to the International Space Station.
Station on one for the airlock with a request for photos.
Go ahead.
Hey Doug, can you take photos of the load alleviating strap on peanut number 29? We see this red line there. I think you just put it in the crew lock.
Take care of it.
Thank you. $29.
Hey, W, did we do that after we get the guys out of the suits?
Certainly, yeah, just on your to-do list.
Bob Behnken and Chris Cassidy's gloves have now been removed. They'll now move to remove their helmets.
And Doug, on one, can we check Bob's Snoopy cap, see for moisture inside and if the embeds are in place?
Yeah, he's looking at it right now. Yeah, it looks like a fair amount of moisture in both ear cups if I'm making an assessment.
Okay, thanks. And are the embeds in place, those little stickers?
Yeah, the embeds are in place.
Okay, thanks.
Recapping some milestones from today, Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken were assisted in the Quest airlock this morning by NASA astronaut Doug Hurley and Russian cosmonaut Ivan Wagner, who helped the spacewalkers get suited up and run through various checks before stepping out into the vacuum of space. Doug Hurley closed the hatch at 5:46 a.m. Central Time this morning to begin depressurization. After depressurization, Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken's suits were placed on internal battery power, officially marking the start of today's spacewalk at 6:32 a.m. Central Time. Chris Cassidy's mirror on his left wrist became detached on his way out of the hatch, and there was no risk to the crew or the spacewalk. Cassidy was still able to use the mirror on his right wrist for the duration of the spacewalk today with no issues. Following the official start of the spacewalk, Cassidy and Behnken translated to the work site on the station's starboard 6 truss to begin the work to finish power upgrades on the International Space Station. Running ahead of their timeline today, Cassidy and Behnken were also able to tackle the first and second task planned for next Wednesday's second spacewalk to replace batteries for the S6 truss's 1B channel. Having completed all of the planned tasks for the first spacewalk involving the removal of 3 aging nickel-hydrogen batteries from the truss's integrated electronics assembly and installing 2 new lithium-ion batteries in the truss, the spacewalkers had some time to remove a 4th nickel-hydrogen battery planned for next Wednesday's spacewalk and move an adapter plate into the truss to await the installation of another new lithium-ion battery next Wednesday.
Airlock on 1 for Doug with one more request.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so Safer 18, the one that the Bob had, so we heard a report that the right handle was partly out and pushed back in. Can you just check that the door is fully closed and basically the status of the right side of Safer 18?
Okay, we'll take a look. Houston Airlock on 1, the right side of Safer 18 looks fine. Door is closed. No issue whatsoever.
Okay, thanks for the status.
In summary, the crew today removed 5 of the 6 aging nickel hydrogen batteries, installed 2 of the 3 new lithium-ion batteries, and moved 2 of the 3 adapter plates into the S6 1B channel. Both new lithium-ion batteries are up and running and in good shape. Our coverage of the 288th Spacewalk in support of International Space Station assembly and maintenance will end here, but we'll see you back here on Wednesday, July 1st for the next in a series of these battery replacement spacewalks. Coverage will begin at 5 a.m. Central Time, 6 a.m. Eastern. Once again, Cassidy and Behnken will go out to complete the first of 2 power channels left to be upgraded on the International Space Station. With Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken safely back inside the station, that'll wrap up our coverage for today. This is Mission Control Houston.